Welcome in, folks. How is everybody doing tonight? Pretzel, are you playing yet? Pretzel's doing his thing. It was just quiet for a second there. Kursala Crossbow Roof. Excellent to see you fine gentlemen. I hope everybody is having a lovely, Sunday? Right? Pretty sure it's Sunday. I'm doing a new camera angle. It's the same angle, but I dropped it a good 8 inches. I think this looks better. I was watching that, I've been doing more, I don't know why, lately I've done a number of, interviews and podcasts with people. I've done a number with Dr. Rhino. I did an interview for a Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings podcast, and then I did an interview, just a little while ago with HPG, or Renegade HPG, rather. And I've been watching those and kind of looking at my own video like, why is my camera so high? It feels weird, like looking down on me the way that it does. So I think this is a little bit more natural, a little bit just kind of, it's above eye level, but it's not like the weird bird's eye view that I had going on before. Just tweaking. Just tweaking, as it were. Tweaking is the name of the game. We're going to be doing some of that tonight, working on some Battletech hills. I made a lot of files when I first got started that I've released for free on Thingiverse that are free Battletech hills. There's no real detail to them. They're just raised hexes, essentially. I have not come back to them since, late 2019, and it's time. It's time. With the Hextech Industrial Power Complex released, it is time for me to readdress my old hill sets, add some new sets of hills, and then just go through the whole lot of them and texture them so that the hill catalog is much more complete. Because up until now, it's the hills have been one of the most popular prints from Steel Warrior Studios, and we only have 4 maps worth of them. So yeah, we're gonna try to fix that. Azulejo63, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Raven Cat, a very good morning to you as well. Yes, that's something I'm kind of thinking, Vergata There's 2 things I want to make that I'd like to make with you, Vergata. There's more things than that, but 2 things come to mind. Number 1, waterfall that will integrate into your rivers, and number 2, and very, very similar, I can't think of it, hydroelectric dam. These are 2 things that I think we could work on together. But how is everyone doing today? Data Nerd, it's good to see you. Vergata, of course. OG Oldie, welcome in. I'm going to be enjoying my coffee for a minute, then we're going to go ahead and get started. We're just... tonight's going to be kind of boring, guys. I apologize for the kind of... I don't know. We're going to be making hills in Fusion 360. It's not, really fascinating or terribly complicated stuff. It's just stuff that needs doing. And that's kind of why I put it off a lot, is because it's not very interesting. But if you guys want to hang out while I do it, I ain't going to stop you. I appreciate it. Noob Corp's good to see you. 3 parts is the dam, 2 parts is a waterfall without the dam. That's an interesting thought, Raven Cat. It's an interesting thought. But I also want to, if there's going to be a dam, I want to put a road across the top of it. So the whole project needs some thought before we just start slinging vertices, as it were. Hold on. Is the hydroelectric dam compatible with the Battlescape hills, the ones made by the old dude from the 90s? No. No. Are you thinking of GeoHex? WJ? I'm familiar with GeoHex. Power station is often below the dam, can be further upstream even. Yeah, I mean, it needs to... Here's the thing, is... well, the power station for a hydroelectric dam... The turbines are usually at the midpoint or the base of the dam itself, and then the power station can be, almost anywhere off of that. But the way that I've built my power complex is that I think that as an expansion it would release with a hydroelectric dam and then a generalized power station that you can sort of put wherever you want. You're out of your mind, Raven Cat. Let's just make the turbines work. We'll build little teeny tiny turbines, and then what you do is you just buy some copper wire and you kind of coil it around the stators, you know, and then you put a little magnet in there and you spin it, and then you take some little plugs and you plug from that into your HPG, and your little HPG has little gears in it. It goes tick, 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 it comes up out, you know, and then it shoots a fucking laser beam into your opponent's forehead. You power it yourself. I'm into it. I'm a-charging my laser. Yeah, that's a cute meme from 20 years ago. No, you don't understand. No, you don't understand. I'm working with Hex Tech, baby. God, that's stupid. Oh, Jesus. That's really dumb. Hey, Captain Gingerbeard, it's good to see you, man. Achilles Rain, a very good evening to you. To Square, Romeo Void, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Well, we got all the celebs in here tonight, huh? How many of my logos can I get on the camera at once? I wonder. Let's see. I got on my T-shirt here, right? I've got, if I'm counting the overlay, we've also got in the corner, and then over under chat, and then I've got my mug, and then in the distant background, you can see, damn it, it's actually, there's another one right here. I'm gonna point to it. You can see it. It's right here. There's another one. This is on a mask. On a mask that Data Nerd made for me. There's one on the wall right there where my thumb is pointing. Huh? And then there's another one back there on my hoodie. I should just get it tattooed on my face. At this rate. Yeah, the dude who makes GeoHex is still making it, OG Oldie. It's kind of amazing. We did another one that I don't think he's released yet, Romeo Void, because he watched all of Attack on Titan Season 1 Part 2 in one fucking night. So not yesterday, day before yesterday? No, it was yesterday early in the day. We actually sat down to talk about Attack on Titan Season 1 Part 2 and got through that. I think that was a better talk, and he's watching Season 2 right now, and we're gonna talk about Season 2, which I'm excited about. Season 2 is one of my favorites. Darkheart X9 hitting that 9 months. Greetings, fellow programs. Bleep bloop blorp. 10011000010101. How you doing, Darkheart? Oh yeah, I saw you post that, WJ. We could get a pin for that in the channel. I could be like one of those super edgy early 2000 kids who like idolize Steve-O and get a tattoo of my face on my chest. I think we're really coming up with some great ideas today, guys. A lovely woman. Just a lovely woman, that's what I said. Thunderhead logo on the inside of my lip. Get it, like, studded into one of my teeth. You know? With, like, cubic zirconia or something. They could do that, right? I'd probably get, like, a veneer if I was gonna do that. I get some veneers. And like, they could spell Thunderhead, like, across the bottom, you know? Like, right here. And I could go, and it would go, Thunder. I could do top, and go, like, Thunderhead. You know? And then I could have hold fast across my knuckles. Or like butt love, you know? Because that's 4 and 4, like hold fast. Ravencat, have you seen the latest release? Have you seen any of the renders for the new Hextech Industrial Power Complex? Because I got something in there that's very HPG-esque. You should go check it out. I've got a bunch of renders on my Facebook and on Instagram. I think you'll like it. Hamburg, welcome in. How you doing, man? Tattoo of my face on my face. Just get a tattoo, like, of my face, but, like, 1-to-1 on my face, you know? Like, oh my god, this is amazing. We should get Zombie Brush Studios to just do my face, but in his art style. So he could just come in with a needle and do, like, heavy shadows, you know, at the edges of my nose. He could do, like, some skin texture hash marks on my cheek. I'd be like a living cartoon! You know, more so than I already am. What the fuck are we talking about right now? How did this did I do this? Was this something somebody said, or is this something I did? I don't really remember at this point. Another thing that was suggested was larger multi-piece level 1 hills so you can stack other hills on top. You know, Vergata Rung, that's... I've got some hills that are pretty much just flat level 1s that are going to be coming out. I'm very, very reluctant to make modular hill pieces, more than just the pre-made hills that you can interlock that I make. I hate those systems. I hate it because that's a slippery slope. And at the bottom of that slope, you're like, I have made an interlocking puzzle piece through which you can make any number of hexes by printing 3 gajillion of this piece and then stacking them. And I fucking hate those boards. They're annoying to build and to break down and to print and to own and to look at and to think about. I don't like him. I really want to stay away from that. Hey, Arson Pancakes, welcome in, my friend. Yeah, Captain Gingerbeard, that's an old strategy of mine. If I make myself a joke, you can't make me into one. Suck on that. Of course, you know, there are drawbacks. You know, there are drawbacks to that general strategy in life. For instance, I cry myself to sleep at night. But, you know, as long as you're okay with that, it works pretty well. You know, works pretty well. Ooh, which merch you're looking for, Kellis Rain? You can always hit ! Steel Warrior to get a link over to the Steel Warrior Studios site, where everything that I have is generally for sale. The new stuff is not up there yet. If you're looking for actual, like, THS merch, like the t-shirt and such, you're gonna hit ! Merch or ! Rainy River to get your link for that. I mean, you know, it's 2021. Who isn't crying themselves to sleep at night? It's damn near 2022. Speaking of which, somebody mentioned, and we're gonna go ahead and do this. Was it Firestarter who said it? So, we, last year, at the end of the year, we did a year in review, like, special Storm Report, a stream where, basically, you post the first thing you did in the beginning of the year, or, you know, close to it. It doesn't have to be literally the first thing. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Just something you did early in the year, and then the latest thing that you've done. Just kind of as a way to take stock of our progress for the year. It was Shock. Thank you, Kursala. And we're going to go ahead and get a channel put up in the Discord for organizing that, and we should be doing that on Thursday the 30th. It depends what you have available, Darkheart. Spent the 90s playing on boards... Oh, that scrolled. Playing on boards built from hundreds of wooden hex blocks. Spent longer setting up maps than playing every weekend. Yeah, Daytrin, that is what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want to get lost in the old modular mindsets. I know I've complained about it before on stream, but, like, you know, when I got into making 3D files, and right now I'm moving more into, like, there aren't going to be any new big Hextech expansions for at least a number of months. We're looking at maybe the next big Hextech expansion being in the form of a Kickstarter. I don't know, I'm still talking with Steel Warrior about that. But there will be small expansions and some hill expansions between now and then. But nothing big like the Power Complex or the Fluid Works or anything like that. Because I'm going to be taking some time and really focusing my main efforts on larger scale 3D printable terrain for like 28mm, 35mm, stuff like that. Things that you can use with Infinity Conquest, the upcoming Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone miniatures game, stuff like that. Yeah, wait and see if Kickstarter implodes. I mean, you know, we're gonna release it one way or the other, but that's just Alex wants to run a Kickstarter, and I'm not entirely opposed to it. Kickstarters are nuts. They're crazy. I don't know how much I'm enthusiastic about interfacing with Kickstarter. It's been waiting to implode for years now, Gingerbeard. It's nuts. Need more community gaming stuff again. Yeah, we haven't done regular community gaming for a while. I'm very fickle when it comes to the games that I play. Ask Vergaderung. Oh my god, Vergaderung, he has the patience of a saint. Oh, he does. He really, really does. He's so patient with me, and I don't deserve it. Thank you, Vergaderung. I'm such a bastard. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Shit. It couldn't have been that interesting. Do thing, make good. It was something about I was gonna do more 28mm stuff. Shit. I'm gonna do more 28mm stuff. There, that's the whole thought. Boom, I finished it. Hey, yeah. Ooh. Because the world's full of stupid, stupid people, Captain Gingerbeard. Terribly stupid people. Salt of the earth. Common clay of the New West. You know. Morons. Oh. Yeah, but I don't remember where I was going with that, Vergaderung. The point being, for the next few months, I'm going to be focusing on different scales. Oh, I know. I was about to complain about something. Oh, that always gets me right back on track. Yeah, I'm going to be releasing some 28mm and larger scale, like, sci-fi and fantasy terrain sets, because I've got a number of them started and at like 50%, and they sort of need completion and release. Those are going to be built in such a way, because I was mentioning the, like, modular hex hills, because I want to tell you something else that I hate. Can I tell you something that I hate? Is that something I'm allowed to do on this stream? Because something that I fucking hate are all the Kickstarters out there for get Sector X 13-9 modular terrain building system. If you want to build this amazing looking board that we've constructed, all you need to do is print 36 of wall A and 72 of wall B, 982 of connector C subsection D. Print out roof section in alternating A-B patterns. It's like, and then assemble all of it using these tiny little fucking plastic clips. And I hate these systems. Oh, they drive me crazy. And I remember the day that I realized what I hated about them. And I'm being hyperbolic. Obviously, if you like those systems, that's fine. If you're one of the people who made that system, like, that's also fine. It's entirely personal. I just don't like them. I don't think they're necessarily bad, but they're, like, better for building dioramas than gaming spaces, in my opinion. It's too much work. It's too much work. And the time that I realized the problem I really had with it was I was looking at a Kickstarter and thinking about subscribing to it. And, so they had built, like, this whole table out of it, and it was a really cool system. I really liked the art style of it. They had built this entire board, and they were like, one of our stretch goals if we hit $10,000 is we'll make a PDF and a video on what parts you need to print and how to assemble this board here that we made. That's a stretch goal. The whole point of the system is that it's a completely modular build-your-own table, and people were excited about a stretch goal that was essentially like the instructions with a Lego kit. And this just underlines what's so fucking wrong about those kits, is nobody really uses them, I don't think. We have so many things to think about. As gamers, we have even more things to think about, those of us who have lives or jobs. And carefully constructing using these tiny pieces of board to play a game that's going to last a few hours that you then have to pack up and move. Fuck that. I don't want to do that. I want a couple of big modular pieces that I can go boom, 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 maybe change the angle on these two, make an interesting board. You want to make a new board? I'm going to shift 4 or 5 things around, boom, we got a new board. Like, this is the ideal modular terrain for me. And in keeping with my usual philosophy of design, I'm just going to keep making the stuff that I want. Jackbox New Year's Eve. Ooh, interesting. Gotta make a web Trinity City Builder. I fucking see that again underlines the problem. When you need, like, a website to tell you how to put your modular terrain together, it can't be that intuitive. And it has to be intuitive. It has to be intuitive, it has to be durable, it has to be useful, and it has to be ultimately compact. And that's something that I'm working on too. I've got some concepts for some terrain pieces that pack into one another and also store accessories. And they're not quite there yet. I built a tester for one of them, and the mechanisms just wasn't working. That's really fucking cool, Arson Pancakes. I know what you're talking about. Titan something? I don't remember the exact name of the terrain. But yeah, there are some people out there who are making pop-up books, basically. You guys remember pop-up books. But instead, it is... Oh, yeah, no, there'll be a dildo slot. Don't worry about that, Captain Gingerbeard. They're pop-up books, and you unfold them, and it goes whoop, and it folds up, and it's some terrain you can play on, made of cardstock. And this is a wonderful idea. Now, it's not a be-all, end-all idea. I personally would not use it on my table. But what it's perfect for is tournament play. Because in competitive, crunchy tournament play, you want boards that are virtually identical, or if they're not identical, the differences are so minute, because when you're playing a tournament, you don't want the board to be imbalanced in any way, shape, or form. You want the board to have very little influence as far as setup goes. You want the players to be able to interact with the board in an interesting way so that they can use things like strategic thinking to win the game. But you want the board to be easily replicated and simple. You still want it to look good, and the other thing is you have to have a lot of terrain, because ideally you're setting yourself up like 12, 16 tables of it. So for that purpose, pop-up terrain is like, I won't even pretend that 3D printed terrain is better for that. I'm like, nope, do the pop-up terrain. That is a great idea. I'm shocked nobody has done it yet. For basically anything that doesn't need to be that competitive, I want something more. I want something with texture, and more than that, I want something durable, because I play games like Warcaster that still have big metal models, and I can just see, like, oh, this is my paper fold-out building. I put my warjack in, and thunk, it just drops through it. Like, you know... I'm talking, sometimes I play with models that you can put in the tube sock and, like, brain your opponent with pretty good. And, yeah. So, like I said, it's not perfect. It's not perfect, Sumitha, but it is a great idea. And I'm excited to see that getting around a little bit more for tournament organizers. I'm thinking about that entirely from the perspective of tournament organizers. I've organized enough tournaments in my life to know that's a great idea, and that's going to save a lot of people a lot of trouble. I mean, you know, most specifically when it's like, I'm the TO, I've got to set up 12 tables today. Do I want 12 plastic totes in the back of my truck, or do I want a stack of foldouts? I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, that's another one, Firestarter, like if you're traveling and you really can't, and that's kind of what I'm trying to meet in the middle ground with 3D printed stuff, is it can be more compact. It can be easier to travel with, it can be more durable. And these are things that I always try to put into my terrain. I mean, all of Hextech is designed with a certain amount of durability in mind, because I've broken too many things in transit, you know? And nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. That's a bad time. Want to have 12 tables made with GeoHex. It's all fucking powder by the time you get there and unpack it. It's like, oh, look, the foam is just dust. Just foamy dust. Alright. What do we got? What do we got? Hang on, just catching up. You have more actual tables, and when stateside is Firmer Terra. Don't want a 4x6. Would like a 4x4, etc. Would be great to have in the house instead of a 4x6 setup against a wall. There's a gap in the market for like easy to set up, breakdownable 4x4 tables that are good and solid and have like a folding shelf on the lower section of them. Because you get one of those, and you've got your 4x4, and you want to do a 6x4, you usually want like a couple extra feet on top of that, so an 8x4 is kind of ideal. And they don't really exist. Kind of the best you can do are some plastic folding tables, and you gotta get 3 or more of them to work well. Currently printing custom gift tags for my niece's presents. Oh, nice. Become a tradition they look forward to more than the presents. Yeah, the additive manufacturing on demand is pretty amazing, particularly when gift-giving season comes around. Slowly work up to 3D printing a replica of yourself. That's the dream, isn't it? It's something that's affordable, it's easily blended, you know, something I could just throw into any type of game, doesn't take a year to set up. See, we're thinking the same thing, Arson Pancakes. We're thinking the same thing. I'd say, as self-serving as it is, you know, keep an eye. Keep an eye on what I'm continuing to do. We're getting to a point. We're getting to a point where I'm gonna need to start working with someone on a regular basis, where this is gonna need to become a little bit more of a partnership to keep up with the quantity of production that I'd really like to do. Space scene like walkways and things like that, so I can make it look like you're traveling through a large spaceship, but unless I'm willing to pay a bunch of money, I have nothing available. And most systems like that wind up being that granular, modular stuff that I was talking about, where it's 1,000 little tiny finger-sized pieces that you have to put together, and that's kind of no good. I could see that, Arson Pancakes. Yeah, that might be another good use for the fold-up terrain. Alright, what the hell was I doing? So I've done most of my steps on this one. This is the Rolling Hills #1 set. What I need to do, and what I'm going to try to upgrade these basic sets with, because right now what I'm doing is I'm just creating the basic STL and OBJ sets, which I can then export to either Nomad Sculpt or ZBrush and do the texturing. But these are the ones that I release for free on Thingiverse. And I do want to add something to these. Specifically, interlocking tabs on the bottom, so that it's easier to put them together. Oh no, I didn't turn off my XCOM 2 redemptions. Damn it, Shock 21. Hang on. Hang on. I'll fix it. We're gonna do some more XCOM 2, but we're not doing it tonight, as far as I know. Also, you'd have to pay for Tactical Override for that one. Okay. That should be fixed. And I should be able to... Why won't it let me refund that? It should let me do that, but it's not. How do I mod my own channel? I'm incompetent. Somebody help me. Mods! Mods, save me! Refund! Refund is... Thank you, Data Nerd. Thank you so much. Hey, what's up, Langwin? This is Fusion 360. Alright. Let's see. I'll just put it smack dab in the middle here. maybe a couple of them off of here. That could work. I'm just picking a place I want to put a tab. I'm going to have to do this for each of them. We'll start spending for Gadarung. I'm going to put in a redemption for 50,000 points. That's just spend 50,000 points. Acquire a sense of pride and accomplishment. Great fun. I guess right off that point's ideal. Oh, that just makes it larger. It's not actually what I wanted to do, but I guess it'll work. There we go. Don't want you to be that big. That should do it. My. Morris Z144. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. 15 is more than good enough. And 15 degrees in. Yeah. Alright. Let's go ahead and chop that out of here. Make you disappear for a moment. That should do. $50,000 points to hear part 3. We'll make it a community goal. Ah, man, oh man. I'm doing pretty good. How are you, Loot Goblin? What did my brain just do? I just called Langwin Loot Goblin because right below it, Vergadarung wrote, "I'm a Loot Goblin." I'm having one of those days, folks. Having one of those days. Oh, well, welcome in, Morris. I hope you liked the interview. It was pretty much just me kind of rambling about nothing for a while, but it was fun. I want these. Maybe not quite that much. But I need to reduce this size so that everything will fit together. We're going to go with 0.6. And then I need to drop these in ever so slightly. I'm thinking like 0.4 to get a nice fit. It kind of cuts off my chamfer entirely, doesn't it? Well, I guess as long as it's loose enough on the tab, it won't be a big deal. I do my tabs as these sloped pyramids because that way they can print supportless also. It's possible. We could have a lot of loot goblins. I prefer that sort of loot goblin rolling. Speaking of loot goblins. Speaking of loot goblins in the sense of playing a loot. I didn't sleep last night. Instead, I binged the entirety of The Witcher Season 2. Which is, in many ways, better than sleeping. Be a total of 1mm clearance. That should be good, really. And then 3 at the top. There. And that's how you can create a nice, simple, interlocking tab that should have enough give to both hold them reasonably together and not make them so tight that you can't paint the damn thing. No spoils, indeed, Arson Pancakes. I have no intention of spoiling The Witcher Season 2. It was good. It was pretty excellent. I'm glad you like them, Kursala. I did the same thing on the new Foundations. It is to square, the entire 8-episode run. Alright, well, there's one. Let's do more. As far as deciding which one's going to be male and female, I need to check my print areas real quick. So let's see. 2 hundo by 2 hundo. That's tricky. There. That's going to be it right there. Because I don't want to exceed the reasonable print area. Make ourselves a little tab to work with there. It was excellent, though. I really, like, I don't want to do any spoils for it. I will say that they have successfully differentiated themselves from both the games and the books. There are characters in this season that are clearly inspired by parts of characters, both from the books, and also from the games. There, for instance, is a character who's very integral to the plot, who is, well, without spoiling anything, essentially a combination of the 3 crones of Crookback Bog and Baba Yaga, which is pretty cool. But as far as I know, was not in any previous version of The Witcher. They also do the Beauty and the Beast story in the very first episode, and it's pretty fucking excellent. How you doing, Automat? Currently I am using... No, I forgot it wrong. I don't want to copy paste it. I'm doing these kind of one at a time. I could probably do, like, take this and move it, but I'm sort of sizing this depending on the piece. Does the taxidermied unicorn make an appearance? No. No, it does not, Roland. But, well... A character who has something to do with unicorns makes an appearance. Not that unicorn. Other unicorns. More important unicorns. Honestly, it's so easy to do that it's kind of not even worth the effort of the copy-paste for Gadarung. Like, really? Each one winds up being a little bit different, so I just do it this way each time. Well, thank you for asking, Automat. I'm having a pretty good day. Glad to hear you're doing well. Was never a fan of the game, but the books were okay. The show has definitely won my heart. I'll say that Season 2 is definitely better. As far as just being a show goes, it is pretty well superior to the first season. There is a very, very humorous moment when Yasker runs into a fan of his, or the father of a fan of his. He's like, "Oh, my niece loves your songs," and he's going to like get on a boat, and the guy's like, "Although, you know, I don't know, some of your latest work just doesn't really ring true to me. And that last saga you were doing, it took me 4 verses before I realized that there were multiple timelines going on." Which I appreciated. It was basically the writers of the show going, "Look, we know we fucked up the first season, okay? This one is more coherent." Yeah, okay, admittedly, Languin, that scene stops being humorous and becomes very, very disturbing fairly quickly. But that's beside the point. Alright, that should be good. Hey, how you doing, Zombie Brush? Could we pretty please get a shout out for one Zombie Brush Studios, a very talented painter and streamer in his own right. How you doing today, man? We're just saying we need you to do a tattoo of my face on my face. And no one thought this was a bad idea. No one. Not one person. They didn't even try to argue with me. Boop. Oh, it's a lovely poem, Roland. It really is. Where is the horn that was blowing? There we go. Not one person. Not one. We even mentioned Steve-O as part of that, Languin. We did. I'm not gonna rip off Steve-O and not acknowledge exactly how unoriginal I am. Come on, what do you take me for? Alright, that should work. Let's do another set. Rolling Hills number 2, here we come. Now, this one I'm starting from scratch, unlike the other one, which I already done some work on. These ones are fairly imperfect, and what I'm doing here is kind of trying to standardize everything to the dimensions that I've subsequently begun using with Hextech, which means that all of these need to have these voids removed. Doing a little picking and clicking. You know, credit where due, Steve-O went through some shit. Steve-O went through some real bullshit. And fell pretty hard into alcoholism and general jackassery, if you'll forgive the turn of phrase. and apparently turned his life around pretty damn well. Drop that by 2.5 millimeters. So, you know, no, I'm not going to throw any shade on old Steve-O. Select all. Let's see. You are 20 millimeters, which means all these need to come up. All these need to come up by 2.5. There we go. Oh, fuck that up good. You know what? Stop existing. There we go. Stop it. Go away. Boop. Tobean Lord, welcome in, my friend. No problem at all. Hope you had a good stream, despite apparently having a system crash. That sucks, man. I don't know if that's true, Roland. If that is true, I haven't heard anything about it. It's very possible, but I ain't gonna rag on the guy. If that's what worked for him, then more power to him. So that makes me think there's a line in Peep Show when Jez's his uncle has a terminal illness and goes from being an atheist to a Christian like overnight. He finds God, and everybody in the show kind of struggles with whether or not his faith is real or not. And he has this amazing internal monologue line where he's thinking about him. He's like, "Ah, Joe, what a nice guy. What a shame everything he believes is total bullshit." I love that show. Oh, so dramatic, OG Oldie. You have no idea. It'll never happen again. It was way too dramatic. Drama levels are off the charts. This is going to be one of the most boring streams I ever do. Except for the next one. It's also going to be boring. Is that everybody? I think that's all the second levels on this set. Alright, let me examine how these are assembled a little bit here. Gear Falcon! 18 months? Thank you so much, Gear Falcon. How you doing today, man? Thank you for the support. Bobby's back. Yeah, Bobby's back and kind of kicking ass. I watched the first episode of The Expanse. There's a new one now, isn't there? I haven't watched the second episode yet. I like, weirdly, like, if you told me about, oh, there's gonna be, like, family drama on Drummer's ship, if you just said those words to me, I'd be like, well, that sounds fucking boring. But I actually kind of like the dynamic that the Belters have on their ships. Like, if you were gonna live on board a ship like that, yeah, you'd have to be, like, normal concepts of family and marriage would have to kind of shift around that. They wind up being like little married family units just because they're shipmates. Oh yeah, Langwin. Belter ships just smell like butt and sex. all the time, and every combination thereof. You just get used to it. They probably got a word for that. That's why they call them, you know, Belta-Loda. if you know what I mean. It's because of the loads. That's why, yeah, that's what I'm, okay, yeah. Look, it makes sense, okay? Don't judge me. Welcome in, Dr. Rhino. Thank you for contributing to this most erudite of conversations. How you doing, Terrain? Wife and I are adopting a second dog. Ooh. Exciting. What kind of pup are you going for? Or is that just like a dig at children? I'm not sure which. I mean, I'm down for either. There are lots of extraneous faces in these files, which is why I'm kind of going through and just deleting them one at a time. It's easier than rebuilding them. I have to spend less time consulting hex maps to do this. Like I said, it's not going to be the most exciting stream tonight, folks. Isn't the main character of 5 parents on Earth? Yes. 5, 7. I think he has more than 5 parents on Earth. He's got a lot of parents. Now, the one thing they never address is that something we have learned from astronauts spending time in microgravity is that it is apparently very, very difficult to get or maintain an erection in microgravity. Something about the blood flow. And yet, Steven Strait has it in his contract, apparently, that he has to bang somebody in zero-G every season in the first episode. Not this season, though. This season, that contract seems to have passed to, Marco Inaros' son. He gets to do the space banging. Just the best conversation, Captain Gingerbeard. Just the best. Excuse me. Well, you know, it's an exciting time acquiring a new doggo, Dr. Rhino. I wish you the very best of luck in picking the little guy that needs your help, because there's so many of them out there that do. It's how I always view the adoption process. Is I try not to get too lost in things like what I prefer, or what features, or what coat I'd rather have in an animal. I just look at it as these little fuckers need someplace to live. And that's what I'm trying to provide, you know? Oh, good God, Roland. Okay. I think these are ready for connection points. Some of these are a little oddly shaped. But we can work with that. Make you a triangle. And bring you in a little bit. That should do it. don't select that as a profile. Thank you very much. 15 and 15. Easy to remember numbers. Chop you to bits. Make you disapparate for a moment. Take this out. It's getting very specific, Roland. Very, very specific. Got a G.I. Joe Terrordrome for Christmas, only slightly stained due to aging, mostly intact, very little damage. That's pretty cool, WJ. You know what I found? You know what I found the other day that makes me think of? I have located on this property where I currently reside a spice buggy. As in one of the toys from David Lynch's Dune movie. In its original box. The box is not in great condition. But, there's like... it's one of those things that's in the movie where you blink and you'll miss it. But there's this one scene when they're going to pick up the spice harvester. The scene where David Lynch shows up as the spice operator. And he's like, oh, no, there's no way we can leave all this spice. Damn the spice, get out of there. That scene, there's this little shot of a little buggy going vroom and rolling up in a ramp on the spice harvester. They made a toy out of that, out of something that appears in maybe 10 whole frames of the entire movie. I think people might forget, they made toys out of everything in that movie. Did you know they actually made, in an action figure form, do you remember arguably the creepiest scene in that movie? Where... was it Twofer? Where the Baron poisons Twofer? And then he's like, don't worry though, you can live. All you have to do is milk this cat. All you have to do is milk this cat. And the cat has been like modified so the cat milk has an antidote to the poison, but only enough so that he has to keep milking the cat every day. Anyway, the point is they made a toy out of that. There's a little cat in like a suitcase that he milks. Oh my god. Welcome in, AJ Kirchhoff. You showed up at just the right time. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that fucking toy, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Don't you bullshit me. I gotta ease this a little bit because of how this fits together. Well, I've got one other option. And I think I'm gonna take it because I don't know what the hell I was thinking when I assembled this. This is a bad choice of assembly. So we're gonna fix it. You should be a part of this. There we go. Nice and easy. And these shouldn't exist. I must have forgotten to do this one, like, entirely. Whoopsie daisy. Let's go ahead and fix her. And what I'm doing here are making the primitives that I will then go in and do sculpted details on. I find making primitives in Fusion to be so much easier than making primitive. Like, you can make primitives in ZBrush or like Nomad. If you're clever, the Z modeler tool is really pretty robust, but this just works better for me, you know? Ooh, I did that wrong. This. There we go. No. No, Sheza, no. Yeah, what was the deal with the rat, Langwin? There was a rat that was like... It's like strapped to the cat that he has to milk, but I never understood what the rat was there for. Because he specifically states that he has to milk the cat. And yes, they made a toy out of a milk cat, Kursala, that happened. That was a weird time. The 80s, they were making toys out of everything. Do you remember there was a toy line for the Rambo movies? Rambo. Like, First Blood? Because what child doesn't want to play First Blood? It's so weird. It's so weird. No, they don't. They don't mention the rat. There's just a rat that is like strapped to the cat that Twofer has to milk, and this is just the reality that David Lynch tells us to accept. Okay. That one's done then. Seems like I made a similarly poor choice right here. I try to never have hexes that are sandwiched flat to flat like this one is, because this makes fitting challenging. So we're gonna have to cut it free. Simple edge polygon should do it. There we go. That makes more sense. Had that Rambo toy set, compass, plastic knife, plastic knife, kerchief, etc. They made toys out of aliens. Remember Aliens? They were called like Aliens Space Marines action set. Who the hell? What kid wants Aliens toys? I mean me, because I bought a bunch of them, but that's beside the point. It doesn't make any sense. That's right, there were cartoons from R-rated movies as well, WJ. Don't send it to me, Sheza. I will throw it in the trash. Had the one that spits. I had the bull alien one where you could bend its head down and the horns would come out, and you push a button and its head would go chunk. RoboCop? Yes, there were RoboCop toys, but I mean, okay, admittedly I did want an Ed 209. I do not remember the Universal Soldier toys, Raven Cat. I remember Universal Soldier. I don't remember the toys from that one. Was there like a Jean-Claude Van Damme toy that could do the splits? And like a series of things where you could have him do the splits and then like stand there with his legs braced between two objects, just sort of waving his crotch in the face of the bad guy? That would be very true to the film. I remember I had the Aliens power loader toy, and it was really disappointing. Because all that it did was the arms would move up and down like this, and I think the claws, you could move them, you know, like the big grabber claws, you could move them. But then instead of feet, its legs just went down into a big, like, tank tread, and then on the bottom of the plastic tank tread there were wheels, so you could move it. It was really disappointing, because the coolest thing of that whole thing was the fact that it had legs. I had the Merlin models, here's to you. I had the Alien Capture ship, which was actually a really cool ship. It was like maybe like this big, and you could pop open the cockpit and put like a Space Marine action figure. You'd be like, yeah, pilot the ship, Hicks, even though you're not the pilot. Ugh. And you could like, it had this big bubble on the back of it. It was like an acrylic dome, like a lengthened dome. So it was round on top and then long. And it would rotate So it would be like facing forward, and then you'd rotate it so that the open part of it was down, and it had this plastic sphincter. It's the only way I can describe it. It's like, you know the little rubber flaps that stop, that you have above your, like, garbage disposal on your sink? It had like one of those. So you'd take it, and it'd be an alien, and you would take it, and you would rotate the capture tube so that the sphincter was pointing downwards, and then you'd drop it on the alien, and you'd shove the alien into the ship's butthole, and it would be captured. It was an amazing toy. You have a giant thuggy toy from the Temple of Doom. What the fuck were they thinking? That's insane. Pun expected. Good to see you, man. How you doing? Thank you so much for getting that shout out done, Data Nerd. Myself a nice little triangle here, about like so. $15 and $15, easy peasy. Sam Mini, how you doing, man? Good to see you, and thank you again for getting that shout out, Data Nerd. You make it so I don't even have to really be a streamer, technically speaking. But there are two very fine painters that you should really be following if you are not already. Sam Mini does some work that absolutely blows my mind, and Pun Expected is the man to follow if you are particularly interested in oil painting. Does it come with a headless Nazi? Yeah, like does it come with the guy who got his face caught in the propeller blades, right? Or the poor thuggy dude that, like... Okay, here's... You know, I had a realization about Temple of Doom as an adult. And don't get me wrong, I actually quite like Temple of Doom. I think I like Temple of Doom more as an adult than I did as a kid. I didn't really like it that much as a kid. But there's the scene when he knocks the guard into the rock crusher. You know the one I'm talking about. And as a kid, in my head, like, I thought of Indiana Jones as this super heroic dude, even though he definitely was not. And I remember thinking when the guy starts to get pulled into the rock crusher by his feet, and Indy, he gives him like a rope, and the guy's pulling on the rope, and Indiana Jones like grabs onto the other end of the rope, which is on like a block and tackle. It's on like a pulley, so he's pulling down and he's trying to pull the other guy up, and he gets pulled into the rock crusher, and as he's pulled into the rock crusher, the rope pulls Indy up off of his feet, and he rides it up to a higher level, and then he goes on to continue doing heroic things. As an adult, I'm no longer sure if he was specifically trying to save that man, or if he was just intentionally using him as a lift as he died. I am no longer completely sure. Hamburg, thank you for the reminder on that. By the way, let me adjust my pillow there. He was just leaving. He's like, see ya. The only thing you remember is from... Dude, that's one of the best scenes. When Molaram pulls out, like... That was another one that I thought as a kid. So they bring out the dude who's just like... I don't know what the hell I was thinking. In my head, I was viewing Pankot Palace as, like... I don't know, a vacation destination? I was really confused about all the people at Pankot Palace. When they're eating, like, monkey brains, you know? There's, like, all these people there just hanging out and chilling in the rooms. And I'm like, I didn't understand who they were or what they were supposed to be doing there. So they bring this guy out to rip his heart out. And he's wearing, like, a lei. Like you would wear, like, they would put on your neck if you got off the plane in Hawaii or something. And I'm thinking to myself, like, is this dude on vacation? As a kid, this is what I thought. I'm like... It's like this dude bought like an all-inclusive resort stay at come see scenic historic Pankot Palace. Ignore the demon worshippers, and like I don't know, like he's hanging out with a lay, chilling, you know, enjoying Mai Tais, and they're like, we got to take you to the evil temple under the resort now to rip your heart out. I don't know. I'm still really not sure who that guy was. Now I guess he was probably just like some dude. A servant or a local or something. He didn't tip the bellhop, yeah. They need to cut that in with no ticket. Indy isn't even an anti-hero. Indy is an incident. Okay, no, I guess you're right. He is actually the very definition of an anti-hero in that he never really wanted to be heroic. He was never trying to be heroic. If anything, he was a terrible archaeologist too. Like just the worst. Oh, making little changes. And a terrible professor. No, he absolutely was. It's not like he reported that student who had "love you" written on the back of her eyelids, so that begs the question, was Indy banging his students? Yeah, the students... The students seemed to like him, and he thought of his father as the professor that students hope they don't get, but not himself. Merlin. You got a point, Gingerbeard. You got a point. His demeanor when he noticed the message on the eyes suggests that he was like, well, okay. Now, you can take that a few different directions, though, Ravencat. Maybe his attitude was more one of like, oh no, this crazy bitch is bringing it to school. Because he goes to his office and like escapes out the window to get away from his students. Which we assume is just because there are so many students that need guidance on their exams and assignments, which he doesn't give them because he's out there finding holy grails and shit. That is in Last Crusade, yes. Do we? I don't. Wait, no, we do see him in the college in Raiders of the Lost Ark because he goes. God, what were his classes like? Because he goes back to the school in Raiders of the Lost Ark, and he has like a diagram of the seaplane that he escaped from the Jovitos in, and he has like a diagram of where their arrows pierce the fuselage, which is like, is that part of the class? Is it something they need to know? If only he spoke Jovitos. How you doing? What's up, Project Dark Fox? Hang on. I'm doing this wrong. You know, Sheza, I'm glad that you are giving Attack on Titan another chance, because it's really a good show. We had one whole person come into the talk that Dr. Rhino and I were having about it, and do the whole, like, oh, Attack on Titan is a show for Nazis, and you're a Nazi. And I'm like, oh, God, this bullshit. This bullshit, and it is bullshit. It's like some people saw the intro to Season 4, and they just can't handle the use of any real-world iconography, even for the sake of telling a story, and they're like, if something looks like a Nazi, that means that the writer loves Nazis! No. No, for the love of God, man, watch the fucking show. I found that irritating, but there was only one person, so that was good. You disappear since I've already done you, and that way I won't get confused. OG oldie, for those of you who haven't seen Attack on Titan, it is a show that has been on for about 9 years now, and as of the 4th season, they kind of flipped the script on the audience, and they introduce a bunch of symbolism and storylines to do with concepts like hyper-nationalism, ethno-nationalism, bigotry, racism, persecution, propaganda, stuff like that we always link back to World War II and to the Nazi regime for obvious reasons. And the certain segment of the viewing populace saw that and just went, the writer's a Nazi, which is just batshit crazy and it has no basis in truth, but it's something that the show is kind of the fandom is kind of dealing with right now, and it really could not be further from the truth. But it's a mirror of World War I nationalism within the globe. It's a mirror of a lot of things, Langwin. It's a remarkably complex storyline that borrows a lot of events from the real world to tell the story. So it has pieces of World War I, it has pieces of World War II, and it's interesting. I'm very curious where the rest of the final season is going. Hey, what's up, Leia Sanchez? We're working on some hills for Battletech. Some kind of boring stuff, which I apologize for, but I've just got a lot of these very basic geometric hex hills that needed some fairly simple changes done to them. So that's what we're doing tonight. I once had someone, this is kind of an loosely related story, Automat. I'm a big guy, and I am pale as the full moon, and I tend and have, since I was in the army, I tend to shave my head. You might have noticed. Just because I'm fucking lazy, and the time that I had long hair, it was so much work to maintain, so now I shave my head. And I like to wear boots, and I like to wear leather jackets. All of these things are completely incidental. They're just things that I like doing. They're styles that I enjoy. And I was once sitting at an outdoor cafe at a mall in Monterey, California, and yeah, it was this sweet-seeming older lady. She had to have been like late 40s, early 50s, and she has this kind of like sing-songy, slight Bavarian accent behind her English, and she comes up to me and she's like, "Oh, excuse me, are you pro-white? Are you pro-white?" And it took me a minute to be like, am I pro-white? What the fuck? Like, I was just not expecting that question in a million years. And I looked at myself and I was like, oh shit, I see what happened. Yeah, oldie, that is pretty much the problem. You know, God forbid somebody explore complicated themes. Can we talk about Aaron's Titan form? Like, damn, he can fight. Aaron's Titan form is like the physical, his physicality the way his muscles are constructed, are based on, and I really wish that I remembered the fighter. They're based on a Japanese MMA fighter, a very particular one. I can't remember the guy's name now. But, you know, artists use references when they draw humans, and yeah, it's a Japanese MMA fighter. Like, the Armored Titan is based on Brock Lesnar, which, as soon as you go look at a picture of Brock Lesnar, you'll be like, oh shit, yeah, no, that's totally him. He just has the little spiky blonde hairdo on top instead. Yeah, we're just talking about whatever. We're just talking about whatever. You want to talk about Tom Bombadil banging the daughter of the river? We can do that. How you doing, Jack? It's good to see you. Alright, that one's done. This three-way one is going to be interesting. I think I divided it up right. I don't really have a choice in how it's divided necessarily. We talk about dragons. Dragons! Has anyone played that game, Century Reign of Fire? Century Fire something? The dogfighting game? Where you play as a dragon rider? Because it's really cool. How do you like it, Leia Sanchez? I've only played a little bit of it, but it seems like it has a lot of potential. Alright, so male, female, male, female. Nope, don't want to do it like that. A little shorter. How'd your game of Conquest go, by the way, Jack? I realize as I'm doing this, I went up to look at the stream, like, it's not, for whatever reason, the capture is not showing, like, my little dialogue boxes and stuff, so when I'm entering numbers, it's not showing you guys that. Let me see if I can fix that. Just generally bad at video games? God, I feel that. That's a whole way of life, Leia. Let me see. Give me just 1 second here. You can do just a monitor view. Boop, like so. And that kind of shows everything. I think that's better. I don't know why the window capture doesn't capture a lot of those little bits. Because it just needs to cross over very, very little, Data Nerd. And because that ensures that when it's printing, it has an angle that it's coming up at, and there are no major overhangs that aren't supported on 3 sides. It's like I'm trying to minimize this overhang here, because this is an awkward piece to print. So I actually want to shift that a bit. Nope, whole body, not face. Thank you very much. There we go. There, see how that comes up into a point? This will print nice and smooth without having to do that janky overhang. And when it is printing an overhang like right here, it'll be supported on 3 sides, and at no point is it unsupported, which will make it nice and flat. Stila Rebel, you are actually still dreaming. This is a dream you're having, unfortunately. It's a weird dream. It's not a very exciting dream. You know, nothing really great's gonna happen in it. It's kind of just indicative of how, like, confusing and toxic your thinking is in general right now. You're dreaming about watching a very, very boring stream. Probably need to talk to somebody about that. Your dudes died? Wait, what happened? Oh, in your game. I'm sorry, I missed that, Jack. Since most rounds started with 2 units that were going to wipe each other out, depending on initiative rolls, and as a result, your dudes died. That'll happen. That will happen. What size game were you playing, Jack? It definitely matters in that particular game. I think that full millimeter of clearance on all these will make these work. And if I print a tester and it doesn't, it should be easy to come in and make adjustments across the whole line. Alright, now this one. No, like, yeah, pretty much one day I sat down and I started streaming, and then people came into the stream and then they were like, hey, you're pretty cool, can I mod for you? And I was like, sure. And then they started doing most of the work, and I became very, very lazy. And you know, here we are. It's funny how life turns out. One thing that's a little awkward about this is I got my Stream Deck set up for streaming, and normally I use it for a lot of these mouse clicks. So I got to figure that out if I'm going to stream this. But for the moment, I don't mind. I'm not doing anything terribly complicated. Why is it doing that, I wonder? Offsetting. Probably because of the curvature. Yeah, because it's not coincident with a line, that's why. There we go. Just volunteered your skills as a former mod for another community entirely to help out Riot Sister. Basically, we have actually a pretty tight-knit and excellent community of creators here, and we all kind of support each other, except me. I don't support anybody. I just take and take and take. They'll figure it out eventually. Yeah, Kursala just got suckered into it. There we go. Stila Rebel, how are you doing this morning? I hope you got coffee before you showed up. I'm just not okay with the notion of you getting up and jumping into a stream of all things without caffeine. Three mods and one external brain. Yeah, I need to refer to Roland periodically when I forget the names of random actors and such. You see what I mean? You see what I mean, Steely? You need to talk to somebody. Now you've got voices in your head. It's no good. Alright, is that everybody? Boop, 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 boop. I made all the standard mods. And now we have... Am I missing a hill in here? Did I make the subcomponents invisible? I think I must have. Yeah, I did. There it is. So this is the whole set. And corrections have been made. Everything has been resized. Extraneous faces have been deleted. And connection tabs have been created. So that's one whole set ready to go. Yes, Leia Sanchez. All these. So I've got both FDM and resin printers. I'll usually have a resin printer up in the top corner of the stream going, but I'm going to be putting some of these on tonight, so it's not doing anything right now. I need to build my new Neptune 2, by the way, to replace my old Ender 3. But, yeah, then I've also got my resin printers up on a shelf up there. But these large-scale flat pieces, in fact, generally speaking, if I'm printing terrain, I'm doing it in FDM. I've got other pieces that I do in resin. I just redid these, and I've got a piece I'm working on. Like stuff like this I'll do in resin. Which, this piece actually came out really nice, with the notable exception that I made the magnet socket kind of too large. Because the size of magnet that fit the old magnet socket, well, it was much too strong for something, for an application like this. Leia Sanchez, if you have a well-ventilated room, and I'm using a water-washable resin that doesn't have that bad of an odor, it runs just fine. Steel It Rebel, did you watch the interview? It was really just the same shit that I say on stream, which made me think, like, why am I doing this for? Like, anybody who watches the stream is going to tune in and go, yep, that's the shit Thunderhead says every month. It was fun, though. I like talking to Travis over at Renegade HPG. I mean, I need to... Oh, that's right, I gotta redo my FEP film tonight so I can run some new ones of this. And I started another objective piece here that I haven't really worked on. God damn. I think this was the first mod part that I made. It can't be the first. It's close to it, though. 12/26/2019. Wow. Brutally primitive. Brutally so. Just saw the post on Discord. Will enjoy. That's what I'm saying, Steela. You're in the streams, so literally everything that I said, you're just gonna hear me say here. Oh wait, no. Here's one of the first. I didn't even finish this. I started to make a Neptune for Battletech, and I had no fucking clue what I was doing. This is as far as I got. Looking back on it, I'm remembering like parts that I tried to make and I had just no clue how to do them. Now it seems so simple. Talking about this one? Kursala, these are missile pods for a Cav, from Cav strike operations for a Tiger to make it into a King Tiger. But, like, that's stuff that I would do in resin, Leia. Give me a link to the resin, because I have to have my resin printer in the garage. It is, I don't have a link ready for you, But it's just the Elegoo ceramic gray water washable. I don't have any problem with it in the same room as long as I keep the room decently ventilated. Different tiger, Captain Gingerbeard. Water washable. That doesn't mean drinkable, Langwin. It is non-potable. Don't drink the resin. I'm not getting on board with the fucking mistletoe meme. It's not a thing as far as I'm concerned. Where am I trying to get to? Okay, here we have hills. This is rolling hills. I have done 1 and 2, and they are both saved. So let's do rolling hills 3. Chugging right along. Only 2 were broken up here. One of them insanely. What the Christ was I thinking here? That's awful. I'll have to fix that. So, it is more expensive, Leia Sanchez, but consider this. With water washable resin, you do not have to purchase isopropyl alcohol or acetone to clean it with. And when you factor in the reduction in price from not having to buy the extra chemicals and then not having to store or handle the extra chemicals, the price is actually about the same. In fact, a little bit less. I appreciate not having to have extremely flammable and caustic chemicals around all the time. Oh wait, I need to do the size adjustments first. This will wind up being 17.5. That is in fact 17.5, so let's fix it up. Ah, but now you can use all of the IPA for your airbrush, Leia. You don't have to use any of it for your resin prints. So it's still a savings. That same IPA will last you longer. I love the Elegoo water washable. I will say that it does have one weakness if you're printing large format things. Like if you're printing big like tanks or buildings, stuff that needs to be hollowed, water washable can have some issues with that. I have had issues with water washable resin cracking and warping a bit when it has to be hollowed, or I do particularly thin walls with it. That might just be my incompetence. But I like water washable for anything where I am printing it as a solid piece. Which is 99.9% of what I print. Okay. Add 2.5 there. You did it in water washable? Yeah, it can do that. Also, the disposal of the IPA mixed with resin sludge. Yeah, for water washable, I just use hot water and then I just let it evaporate out of the container, and you're just left with like cured hunks of resin that you can throw away. It's really, really easy. I personally like the benefits of water washable enough that I'm more than willing to pay the extra price for it. Alright, I'll do you one at a time since you won't overlap like crazy. I am the new Steeler Rebel, ladies and gentlemen. That's all there is to her streams. It's just her going, nothing else at all. See, I might as well just hang out here. print some 28mm infantry with it, with some stuff like spears. Yes, I have done... It's difficult for me to show you right now, unfortunately. I did a series of... They're from... Who did them? Reptilian Overlords? I think it was Reptilian Overlords. He did some Chaos Guardsmen that was very much patterned off of the Blood Pact from Gaunt's Ghosts. They have lots of, like, bayonets and knives and little spears and lots of, like, small, narrow things. I have had no issues with warping. Leia Sanchez, I do recommend the use, for all resin prints, I recommend the use of an actual curing chamber. If you don't buy one, then just something with a reflective interior surface and some UV LED lights will do. But cure it nice and even and you shouldn't have any problems with warping. Nope. Nope, Steela, I stole it. It's mine now. I'll trade you. The mouth sound for the tiny stein. Okay, I only need to do 2 interlocking ones here. Is that really? Is that really one print? That seems crazy. It seems way too big. Yeah, like, that can't be right. Maybe if it's rotated? It seems all wrong, though. I mean, I guess, but damn, that's pushing... That is pushing the limits, isn't it? This is 220. Technically, it's 235. I guess that fits. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it, it's a free file. If you want to complain about it, I'll give you your money back. Yeah, you've always got the butter butt, Steela. Nobody can take that from you. Picking and clicking. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, I see. Yes, yes, Leia. Still wear gloves for handling fresh prints or any wet resin. I don't have a wash and cure station. I've just got a cure station, but I found that the price of the cure station, I've got the Elegoo Mercury 1. I found that the price of it was low enough that when I looked at the parts to build my own and then factored in, like, I'd have to, like, think about it and then build it, and $10 more, essentially. I'm like, for $10 I'll let them build it for me. I'm fine with that. Is the Thunderhead Discord locked to supporters or anything? Fuck no. I mean, you know, broadly it would be nice if it didn't, like, fill up with detractors specifically. I think it's fair to say, while running a Discord, that it would be nice if most of the people in it were like, Thunderhead's an okay guy. As opposed to, like, let's all join Thunderhead servers so we can make fun of him and make him cry. Not working for you? Have you tried !Discord in chat? It's possible. I recently updated all of my Discord links, so it's possible that I missed the one that is the... If you're clicking the Discord button down below there, possible I didn't update that one. And if that's so, I'll need to, yeah, we need a Thunder Hater channel. The Roast of Thunderhead channel. Oh, man, that's the kind of thing that seems like a good idea right until it happens. And then I cry myself to sleep more often. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. It's bad enough as it is. Let's not be that way. Look, Steal a Rebel already comes into my stream and bullies me, sometimes over voice, okay? It's lowercase, and somebody already did it just a little bit ago. If you look up a little bit there, Automat, you'll find the Thunderbot 9000 dropped a link there. You should be able to click on that. Okay, that's a good division. A little closer than that. That should do okay. Yeah, nobody is. Twitch is a fucking mess. Don't even worry about it. I'm not the most like life savvy person, so we'll get along just great. There we go. It's true. It is a gorgeous STL. And, I mean, in your defense, Sheza, I had vocally stated already that if someone found that particular STL, I would totally print it and paint it, and I haven't completely lived up to that promise yet. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Not 32, just 3. Thank you very much. I'm one of the least dead people you know. I'll just take that as a compliment. What do I know about Thunderhead? Well, he doesn't seem very dead. Okay, yeah, it's true. I move around too much. Alright, so the only other one that needs an interlock is right here. And that's going to be a single hex one, which is kind of interesting. Not like really interesting, but kind of interesting. A little interesting. It's interesting with a lowercase I. I know this has to just be so fascinating watching me like making and mildly editing really, really primitive shapes in AutoCAD. You could be in many other streams with people vastly more competent than me, doing really, really complex and interesting things, but here you are for some reason watching this. Here's a hex, there's a hex, there's some hexes over there. Hexes everywhere. Got me split screened with your own terrible attempts at modeling. Oh, they're probably not terrible. They're probably not terrible, Automat. What are you making? Out of curiosity. Pop off for about 80 minutes for a family Zoom meeting, but now back, and hey, look! Making V'ger scene terrain. V'ger scene. Is that a Star Trek 1 reference? What the fuck? Don't get me wrong, I love the motion picture. Yes, share it on the Storm Report channel in the Discord. But to actually make a comment and not just make fun of Data Nerd's misspelling, we do have a pretty cool thing we do at the end of every stream called the Storm Report, which is an art share segment. And if you're working on something, we would genuinely love to see it if you feel like sharing with us. Pop over into the Discord, go to the channel marked the Storm Report. You should be able to post a picture in there, and we'll take a look at it towards the end of the stream. We can give critique if you want it, or we can just marvel at the magnificence of your creation, if that is your preference. Sometimes that's what we need. What, Scorn? Yeah, apparently. Look, I'm just the doctor. I didn't make the needle sharp, okay? Disclaimer.
Welcome, everyone.
I am not a doctor.
To Thunderhead Studios,
I'm not a
where
doctor.
the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
don't show them to me, for the love of God. It's not strictly the only rule, but it is a very important rule. For those of you who might be new to the stream, I realize that we just did an interview with Renegade HPG. We probably have some new people. Please don't show me your dick. Please don't. Just broadly speaking, I'm not even going to make that more specific, like in a particular context, because then you might think there's a context where it's acceptable. There's no context in which it is acceptable to show the streamer your dick. Or whatever you may have. No bathing suit area, please. Yeah, see, I thought of that, Leia. I thought of that. None of it. Viewers dropped to half. Oh, he's not gonna look at my junk live on the stream. Well, fuck this guy. What have I been even wasting my time in this stream for? Oh my god, I missed a follow. War Squirtle, thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry about that, man. Welcome to the stream. I'm so good at this. I'm such a pro streamer, you guys. Just show me your art. That's all I want to see. And in case you're thinking about trying to get around that one, yes, we've already had someone who calls himself a fartist. And no, that doesn't count. Alright, that's all fixed up. do this one already? I should have. I certainly hope that I did. Looks like I missed a bit, though. Extraneous, erroneous faces that don't need to be there and are a problem for texture sculpting. They work fine for doing these just plain like this, but I want to put textures on these. And I think that does it, because there's only the 2 on this that need the tabs. So that's another set done. It's Rolling Hills 3. Let's save it, move on to the next one. I am not going to elaborate on this answer at all. The person who I am answering knows who they are and what I'm answering when I say yes. I've been on the internet a long time, unfortunately. Okay, I think streams is done. It's only 3 teeny tiny hills. Rolling Hills 1, 2, and 3 are done, so let's do lakes. Here we go. Only 1 tab for these. But lots of funny little things to get rid of. The fartist formerly known as Thunder. Thank you so much, Vergaderung. I really appreciate your artistic contributions, too. The internet is a dark and troubling place. Probably directly responsible for at least 20% of the combined total of my overall mental illness. But you know, that's the world we live in. We're all a little messed up. Turns out Johnny Mnemonic was just spot on. We all got the black shakes. You know what I mean? This will be 17.5, and it needs to be 20. The reason I'm doing this, ultimately, by the way, is because I just released a set of pipeline elevation pieces that let you take your Hextech pipelines and go up and down elevations, and I realized with the way that I had built my hills, it was actually not possible to have them fit cleanly. So I'm making adjustments based on that. With these new hills, you should be able to use the pipeline elevations and have everything fit nice and even. Why not create a key that locks the 2 pieces together? This way, the separate pieces can be used individually. Well, the reason for that, Angry Danger, is that these pieces are being made... They're for general use, but they're also being made to fit pre-existing configurations on maps. And one of the reasons that I don't make it so that you can interchange the pieces is because I'm going to be coming into these and doing sculpted sides. And I need the sculpted sides to be contiguous. So, like, see this break here? It's going to look like one contiguous piece when you lock them together. And as a result, this internal portion here is going to wind up being perfectly flat so that the 2 can nudge up next to one another and it can be just one big hill. And as a result, it's very, very difficult to guess all the configurations you could put them in, and none of them would really look right, and the sculpting would be more complicated than it's worth. You're definitely on to something as far as, like, if you were designing hills from the ground up, that's a way that you could do it. In this case, they are made to go together in a very particular way. Why did I do this? Why did I think that was a good idea? It's so dumb. Ugh. Dumb face McGee. guess I should make sure I need to do that before I actually do it. $42.5, yep, okay. Ultimately, though, a very valid question. And a good idea, really. Just not what I'm doing. These are very old files, a couple of years old now, and I'm just making updates to them to ensure that they continue to be useful. I would have built them differently from the very outset if I were doing them over again, but as it is, I don't want to. All the level 2s? Looks like it. But if I print out this AOT thing and paint it with you, Shez, I'm in no way opposed to that. I love that bust. I'm gonna have to cut this piece out. Well, that's okay. I don't have to do it right away. It's just those 2 hexes, right? Yes. Excellent. Hey. Time to paint Night Haunt Endless spells. I like those Endless spell minis that they did. Those were a good idea. Some of you might be wondering why I'm removing these faces one at a time, and all I can tell you is that Fusion 360 is a funny piece of software, and sometimes when you tell it to do a whole lot of one thing, it gets really confused about what order to do it in, and it eats itself alive. And I have discovered that it is much easier to just do these one at a time, because it's very difficult to predict what it's going to do sometimes. Such is the nature of a lot of 3D modeling software. They all have their little idiosyncrasies, you know? We are getting to the point, because that happens in Season 2, Sheza. That scene in that bust. So Dr. Rhino and I are going to be talking about that here in the immediate future. Oh, that's not right. That is, okay. That should be everything that has a second level. Yep. Now we need to do one connection, and I need to remove this hex. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Doing much more clicking tonight than I usually do. If I'm going to do this again, I need to get my... I need to get another peripheral set up so that I can have all my usual 3D sculpting commands, because I usually use my Stream Deck for this, but tonight I'm streaming, so I use it for streaming. So much of 3D modeling, like... I mean, I guess this is true of a lot of... almost any creative pseudo-artistic endeavor. So much of it is just learning how the tool functions. Coming up with the idea is the easy part, honestly. It's learning how the tool interprets the data that you give it that becomes complicated. And these tools, because of the way that they work, even when something seems like it's gonna make sense or should work logically to you, sometimes the machine goes, nope. What about second Stream Deck? I don't think he knows about second Stream Deck, Pip. Can you run 2 Stream Decks? I guess I never thought about it. Like, does the Stream Deck software support running 2 Stream Decks? Something I could do is I could get the bigger Stream Deck, the one that has double the buttons on it, but, oh man. Oh, okay, no. Actually, the answer is very clear to me. What I can do is I could set up subfolders. I could just set up a layout on my Stream Deck that is specifically for streaming in Fusion 360, and then I could take my usual folders for Fusion 360 and put them into a subfolder on this panel. And then I could still access them without having to switch. Okay, I thought of a solution. Turns out all I had to do was think about it for more than 3 seconds, and the answer would present itself. Who'd have guessed? Because the Stream Deck is an incredibly versatile tool, honestly. I really like it. I would love it. I would love it if Rhino painted that bust. I'm really quite pleased that he is enjoying his watch as much as he is, because I really, like... I know I have my opinions on film, and I like the things I like, but I genuinely don't want to force anybody to watch something they really don't like. And if he was like, this is really a chore for me to watch, I would not encourage him to keep going, but he seems to like it, so... So I wanted him to push past Season 1, because if you just watch Season 1 of Attack on Titan, and your reaction is, this is fucking weird, I'm gonna quit watching it, I don't blame you, but it's worth it. It's worth indulging in more. I think that's this whole set done, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Easy peasy. That's Rolling Hills 1, 2, and 3. That's Lakes. Let's do Foothills. Have I already done Foothills? I might have already done Foothills. Oh, maybe I haven't. Oh, this one's gonna be weird. What's a good spray primer to use when it's cold outside? Ugh. That's tricky, Darkheart. You depending on if you have an enclosed space or not, it can be worth just setting up like a space heater. Yeah, yeah, Leia and Langwin both have the right of it. A brush-on primer will do it. Airbrushed primer inside your house will do it. If it's cold outside and you don't have any way to prime except using a rattle can outdoors, that's tough. There's kind of just no real way around what the cold is going to do to your primer if you can't give it, like, you know, do it around noon, like at the warmest time of day, and have a space heater on. Yeah, I would say Captain Gingerbeard, like, warm the area up with the space heater, turn it off, prime, let it air out, and then turn the space heater back on. So you don't make, like, a bomb out of your workshop. Just killed a mini. Well, not necessarily, Darkheart. You can, depending on what the mini is, if it's metal, you can dunk it in acetone. If it's plastic, you can dunk it in, like, simple green. You can get that off. I wouldn't worry about it. Done writing a script draft for the project? If it will be accepted or not remains to be seen. Well, fingers crossed, WJ. Absolutely. Absolutely. I need to grab another beer. I'll be right back, folks. Hold on just 1 second. I would say listen to Vergaderung. The man knows what he's doing. Oh, this one's huge. This will be interesting. So I've got to raise level 2 by 2.5 and level 3 by 5 millimeters to keep everything nice and even. So let's start with the first one. Start in the beginning, as they say. Alright, and then to number 2. Only 2.5 plus 2.5 from the chamfer. Yep, that'll do it. So the trick, Ravencat, it does have to be even. And it has to be even because I have started creating pieces for the Hextech system that are elevation specific. Most notably, I now have pieces where you can have your pipelines, which are all level 1. And yeah, you can put in elevation pieces so they go up a level and then continue onward. And as a result, every level has to be exactly the same. And that's already true on all my buildings, with the exception of like 1 or 2 pieces on the tops of skyscrapers that it really doesn't matter on. But the hills all need to conform to that, and they did not when I first made them. You know what? Let me do the full gamut of work on each one of these instead of doing a bit at a time. Standardization is the name of the game. Actually, the name of the game is Battletech, but you know it's a different game. And that one. I mean, this isn't an Aerotech channel? All of the above. Does anybody have a Crater STL? Almost certainly, Leia. There are a number out there. We've got a channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord that's just STL trade and share. And we limit that to trading, you know, free STLs. We don't allow piracy. But we have a lot of people on the Discord who 3D print. I feel certain if you were to ask there, you would have an answer before long. Okay, that's done. Sometimes I think that Discord's nothing but 3D printers. You. Okay. Hey, what's up, Gene Slicer? The first... Every single time someone uses that phrase, burning the midnight oil, I just remember... It's in all good things. It's in the last episode of Star Trek The Next Generation where they do that joke. When they're referencing how Data used to not get human idioms in like season 1, and they go back in time to like season 1 The Next Generation, and Chief O'Brien is in engineering and he's like, "Oh, we're gonna be up burning the midnight oil on this one." And Data walks through the room and he just goes, "That would be inadvisable, Chief." I think of that every single time someone says that. Maybe I have a problem. Apparently I can take literally anything anyone says and liken it to something that happened in Star Trek The Next Generation. I can't help but note that I'm saying Star Trek The Next Generation and Steel Rebel hasn't popped out of the woodwork to make a comment. I can only surmise that she's found something more important to do. Oh, to square, thank you. You know what I did? I tucked my leg under my butt, and that throws me off so bad. Let me fix that. Wonder what a Federation toilet looks like. Have we never seen a Federation toilet? I guess I never thought about it. We've seen... Oh, no, okay, we've seen bathrooms, I know, because we've seen, like, sonic showers. And I feel like maybe in the corner of the screen there was a toilet. I'm thinking specifically of, you remember the episode Parallels, where Worf is on his way back from a Battletech competition, and that's the one where he starts jumping through timelines, and at the end there's like 200 Enterprises. There is a scene that takes place in his quarters when he is shocked to learn that he is dating Counselor Troy. And there's at least one scene, one shot in that scene that is in their bathroom. You see a sonic shower, and I swear you must see a toilet, but I can't remember what it would have looked like. It's probably just like a little silver bidet-looking thing. And we see a set of 3 seashells at some point. Fucking Mars to Pants coming in here like Rob Schneider. How you doing, Mars? Most amusing real-world thing about the character of Data is that his existence and name changed how we pronounce the word data. From data to data? You know, I think there's probably something to that. It popularized a certain pronunciation. Oh, this is an interesting hill. Is this really one print? I said that on the last one, but no, this is 2. Why is it... Why have I not subdivided that into components? Let's fix that. There we go. Leia Sanchez, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Oh, it's a crazy print. It's a crazy print, Cheza. I haven't tried to put it on myself yet. You know, okay. I would guess that a toilet in the Federation is probably just a replicator, right? Because when they replicate food, it also replicates like glasses and plates and silverware, and then they take that silverware and they just kind of dump it into a little compartment that is a part of the replicator when they're done, and it breaks down the matter back into energy to be fed into the reactor, right? So logically, a Federation toilet, you would just be shitting directly into a replicator, which would then break down your crap into energy and feed it back into the reactor to then be replicated into more food, which you would then eat. They eat the poo-poo. Like a recycler in The Expanse. A good deal more advanced than the recycler in The Expanse. That's one step closer to actually eating crap. That's, yeah. Endless Rage. We're working on some... This isn't the most exciting stream. These are hex-based hills for use with the game Battletech. They're a very old set of files that I made over a year and a half ago. And they just need a lot of little updates and tweaks, so I'm going through a lot of them at once and just doing little things. Captain Gingerbeard knows what I'm talking about. In the horrendous film that was Star Trek V, when in the brig, Kirk hits a button and a retractable toilet pops out of the wall, which he sits on the lid of. I guess that does happen, doesn't it? Yeah. Some things in poop you can't reuse. Well, no, Leia. Not in Star Trek. In Star Trek, they are literally able to convert energy to matter and matter to energy. So there would be nothing in poop that you could not reuse by literally converting the matter into energy and feeding it back into the reactor. This is a bizarre conversation. What the fuck? Look at this. What the hell is going on here? What did I do? Why is this level a completely different size than this level? Are these files that I put out for people on Thingiverse? What the hell is wrong with me? Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna do a little investigation here. That's only 15 millimeters. This is a full 5 millimeters short. But this one is like the right height. Well, no, I guess it isn't. Interesting. Yeah, it's too short still. Why did I do that? Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not really important. It just confused the hell out of me. This is indeed why we have standards. These should all be 22.5, and it appears that they are. Oh my god, did you, Kursala? And I really just didn't even didn't even connect it? That's terrible. Been learning to 3D sculpt my own D&D miniatures and 3D print them. Made a roper over the weekend. You know Endless Rage. Here on this stream, we have a little segment we do at the end of every single stream called the Storm Report, which is an art share segment where we take a look at stuff that people in the community have been working on. And if you felt like showing off some of your 3D sculpts, I promise you we would love, love, love to see them. Super easy to do if you feel like joining in. All you gotta do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord in chat, clicking on the link. Find your way over into the channel marked the Storm Report, the Storm Report, and post up a picture of what you've been working on. I would genuinely love to see the roper that you did. Hang on. A roper. You recently sculpted a roper. Did you do it in Nomad Sculpt? No, a roper is a thing, Langwin. Because I saw someone who did a roper very recently. It looks like a stalagmite. Is the stalagmite the one that's on the ground or the one that's hanging? Stalactites are hanging. Stalagmites come up from the floor. Ropers look like stalagmites, but they have one big horrible eye, and they wiggle rope-like limbs around. Like that. They make that sound, I'm pretty sure. I saw your work, Endless Rage. I saw that on Facebook, yeah. I was just thinking, like, hold on. I saw somebody sculpted a roper recently, and I would swear they said that they did it in Nomad Sculpt, which I noted because I've started using Nomad Sculpt myself on my iPad Pro. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Endless Rage, please feel free to post it. I'd love to show it off. You do really good work, man. Nomad Sculpt is a surprisingly powerful piece of software that has me strongly considering just... Because right now I've got an older iPad Pro, and it only has, like, I think a 10-inch screen. I sort of inherited it from somebody. But it has me thinking about dropping, like, the $800 to get the 2021 iPad Pro with the 11 or 12-inch screen. Because Nomad is really good. And I'm considering moving a lot of what I do in ZBrush over to Nomad because I can just sit around on my iPad and work on it. It's a very, very powerful piece of software that's very similar to ZBrush in a lot of ways. Captain Gingerbeard dropping that gift sub on Endless Rage. So thoughtful. Captain Gingerbeard, thank you so much for the support. Endless Rage, enjoy that sub. Means you can jump into the stream now without having to watch those annoying pre-roll ads. You can also use a bunch of voice clips that we have here in the stream, which if you look, there's a little box down below with some exclamation point commands. You can use those to play some voice clips that were recorded by our good pal, our dear friend, Chaotic Harmony. Definitely a friend, not a consummate troll. Definitely not that. This has to be in 2 pieces. This is in 3 pieces. What the fuck was I doing when I made this set? This is insane.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
Oh, there he is. The man, the myth, the menace.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
That's not Chaotic Harmony. Why would you think that's a command? What? There's always money in a banana stand.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Oh, God. Come back to this set a 3rd time in a year and I'll be like, why did I disconnect these? Why aren't these one big thing? What's wrong with me? Yeah, well, you know, this is the great circle that we all move in. Are any of these wildly off? No, these all seem to be pretty even. I have no idea why that happened. It's very strange. Holy moly, Endless Rage is now following. Subscribed and then following. That's some kind of new record. Endless Rage, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to your new favorite source of endless shame. To go with a little bit of that rage, I find it's a good garnish. And we got that Prime sub coming in from Gene Slicer. Thank you so much for the support, man. I really appreciate it. I feel like it's almost random. It has this thing up now. A hype train is close. I have no idea what triggers that. I've never looked closely at the settings. I think I can adjust it. I just never have. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a pro streamer. I know all my own settings, you guys. So good. Oh, I almost had a heart attack there. I mean, I would have... Everything would have been saved, but anytime Fusion hiccups like that, I'm always like, ah, shit, here we go. Fusion can be a little twitchy. No pun intended, Twitch viewers. Drop the 5 custom mech pics you design. Fuck yeah, Gene Slicer. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Raven Cat, here's to you. That is because the Storm Report is limited to 1 picture per person per stream, Raven Cat. And you can redeem for 10,000 points this just in, which will get you an additional entry up to a total of 3. It was mostly just implemented because at a certain point the Storm Report got, like, I would spend an hour or more doing it. If I'm going to spend an hour or more doing the Storm Report, you're going to spend a few fucking hours in the stream, I'll tell you that much. I demand some recompense in the form of your time. Really. See, like, here's a fun trick where, for no reason whatsoever, it's going to refuse to delete certain faces. I think I see what happened. This is an error that I made during the initial assembly. And in fact, there's an extra one here. Yep, okay. I can fix this. Suffice to say, when I made these files, I had no fucking clue what I was doing. So let's go ahead and take a closer look. Yeah, that's messy. None of these should exist. Time I was just stacking things on top of things. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I should have eliminated a lot of it. Yeah, there we go. All better. This is kind of why I'm doing this. There's lots of funny little things like... Because that would add, like, not a lot. Maybe 20, 30 minutes to your print time. It's a thing stacked on a thing inside of another thing. I'm not an all endless rage. I noted your work completely independently without any idea where you were. I just think it's kind of cool to see you pop up again. You did good work on that thing, man. That all appears to be nice and level now. Hey, Silent Master. Oh, I got it. By phonetically, Silent Master, Silent Mistress, Silent Master, Silent Mistress. Who knows? You'll never know because they're silent. I'm glad that you like them. They are a passion project of mine, so I'm always glad to hear that people are getting something out of them. Silent Meister, also possible. Again, you'll never know because they're silent. Been searching Twitch for other sculptors and creators like myself and ran into this channel. Oh, hey. Yeah, there are a good number of... There are people here on Twitch who do sculpting in, like, ZBrush Fusion 360 that make me look like the complete fucking amateur that I am. So you keep looking a little bit, you'll find some pretty impressive work out there. Alright, all the basic adjustments have been made. Now I need to do some connections for this one and this one. These ones are pretty much done. Let's do this one first. Nope. Why did I have a face selected already? In the most technical possible sense, Shock, yes, I am a professional. We're gonna have some more ruins here pretty soon. I'm gonna call you Silent. That should work. We're gonna have some more ruins here pretty soon, because we've got a lot of new pieces. We don't have ruined versions of them yet. Yeah, how did that go, Riot Sister? Also, thank you so much for the invite. Not able to this year, but if that invite stands in future years, like say next year, for instance, that might change. Good food, good folk. Goes for the rest of eternity. Ooh. Don't say that. Don't say that, Riot Sister. A lot can happen in a year. You could hate me in a year. You don't know. We could be sworn fucking enemies in a year. Yeah, it's not likely, but it's possible. You own Manro Fasal's soul? Oh, wait, you own my soul. I mean, that's possible. I'm not gonna say it's impossible. Where's the button? I don't have that button. I'm gonna push this button instead.
As Crackling Thunder Spunk! Yeah!
That's just as good. You know? That makes sense. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. I didn't do this one, even when you came in, and I feel kind of bad now.
Hello there.
But see, now I've done it. I got a dude, oh my god, I got a dude in my, not in the XCOM game that we started for the stream, but in the XCOM game I started shortly after that. Just to kind of learn the mechanics, I got a dude who looks exactly like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Exactly like Obi-Wan. And he's a ranger, so he has a sword. It's so perfect. Oh, not for this mess. Alright. Is it all arranged correctly? I think so. I think that's broken up about as well as it can be. I don't have any sandwich Texes, so that'll do. That'll do. come on. Lock onto that line. I gotta do another one? You kidding me? What do you treat me like this for? Make it parallel. There we go. Now let's make that inscribed polygon the way I told you. Right, shift it just a touch. Oh, select the right thing. Oh, nope, not that. There we go. Pick direction. It's gonna go along this edge. Not like so. So, Silent Meister, these are the old files that I made like a year and a half ago that go with the actual Battletech maps, but they were just really poorly made and they weren't standardized. And in order to make them into, first of all, usable basic hex hills, and then to make them into nicely sculpted, detailed hex hills, they all need to be standardized and fixed. So that's what I'm doing right now, is just some real kind of procedural corrections. But yes, these are particular map layouts, which is why they join together in very specific ways instead of being a bit more modular. But, you know, you can use these on any map, and you can kind of mix and match them to make any combination you want. They also interlock pretty decently, and you can put them on top of each other. I find that with this set of hills, like, because, I don't know, a lot of people develop the notion that they want to build their hills a hex at a time, and that's just so much more effort than it's worth. When you can take some pre-existing hills and just kind of randomize them on your table, like, you're gonna get a good looking map. You don't really need to build them at hex at a time. The benefit that you get from doing that is so minute that I just don't even bother with it. Consumes more filament too, you're right. You're absolutely right. A lot of this can be infill. Zombie Brush, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream, my friend? Other selection. Thank you. There we go. Not the face, the body. Come on. There we go. Holy moly. Draco Izanagi. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. I'll be done with this in time for the Storm Report, and I think this is the last set we'll do, which I've actually gotten a fair amount done tonight, considering how kind of boring this work is. This is one of the least interesting tasks, and it's why I put it off for so long, so I was like, I'll stream while I'm doing it, because I figure if I'm talking to people, I'll probably hate it less. And as it turns out, it really needed doing. There were problems with these that I didn't realize when I started. Alright, let's have a look at the whole set. Or a slacker, McFly! Oh my god, that fucking principal. Good impromptu stream. Had to get some mechs built and based for the week. I think it's funny you say you can put them on top of each other when it's just as true to say you can put them under each other. Well, yes. This is technically true, but I think generally speaking, Ravencat, you would put one down and then you would take another one and you would put it on top rather than putting one down and then lifting it up and putting another one underneath, which might explain the nomenclature. You could put them parallel to it. You can interlock them with one another. You can put them next to one another with no relative geometric spacing, completely at random. You can put them on top of your head. You can have them in a box. You can have them with a fox. You can also shut the hell up and let me work. You have all of these options. Well, I didn't say you could have them with a Project Dark Fox. That's a different story. The levels seem to be even, which is the most important thing. Everything that is multi-part has an interlock built in. Fantastic. That's another set done. We got all the... Well, okay, we got most of the basics done. I mean, like, we did Woodland, we did Streams, we did Rolling Hills 1, 2, and 3. Did we do Lakes? We did Lakes. Yeah, we did Lakes. And we did Foothills 1 and 2? We just finished 2, right? No, we did not do Foothills 2. Okay, we got Foothills 1. Oh god, so all I need to do is Desert 2 and 3, Grasslands 2 and 3, Open Terrain 2 and 3, and then I gotta do all the Clan Invasion ones. Fuck my face. Why did I think this was a good idea? Well, I've got 12 minutes. I can get started on Foothills 2 anyway. This one isn't divided up or divided into components properly either. I mean, I want to do a lot of things Project Dark Fox. Doesn't make it a good idea. Oh man, Gingerbeard. We gotta lay into me like that? Alright, let's check our standard height. It's going to be wrong. It's going to be 17.5. It needs to be a full 20. So let's add that 2.5. How fast can I get this done? Let's find out. Let's just do it. I don't even know if that's right. I always have to check it. I could be wrong. Nope, that's right. Okay. Up 2.5. Up 5. God, this would have been so easy to do when I first did them if I had just known what my standards were going to be. If only I had known. I had no idea I was going to make a elevated pipeline set back then. Oh my god, what? Hold on. So, who the fuck voted 40,000 volts for So Late It Isn't Funny? Whoever that is, ban them. Endless Rage, yes, this is for the game Battletech. Which, if you're not familiar with it, the classic style of game works on a hex board. Okay, alright, we're getting somewhere here. All of my heights have been adjusted. They're all standardized. Yes, yes, yes. Fantastic. So which of these is multiple parts? That would be here. Let's make our subcomponents. Let's title our subcomponents because we're civilized people who do that sort of thing. H3, 2 of 2. Alright, here we go, here we go. We got this down to a science. Come on. We can do this right quick. It ain't no thing. 120 degrees. Make ourselves a 3-point polygon. And make that 15 millimeters tall at an angle of 15 degrees. Let's move it in along this edge here. Nope, not that much. Like 2.5 millimeters. That should be good. Join these together. Cut a chunk out of this one. Let that disappear for a minute. Get rid of you. Make our minor adjustments for fit. Make sure that elephant's foot doesn't bite us in the ass. Alright, there's the next one. Here it is.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
Who's not respecting the cat? Nobody wants that. Maybe I should wear a hat. Should have thought about that before I sat. This is terrible. I'm bad at this. Well, let's just stop. I mean, to be fair, the bet is so late it's not funny, which is... that leaves me a hell of a lot of leeway, I think. There. Join these. cut this out. Like so. Make you go away. Make you go away. Add in our buffer. Shoop. Do the same here. Bam. Boom. Big bada boom, as they say. Oh shit, there's one thing I haven't done. It's okay. It's okay. We can do it. It won't take but a minute. It's just removing the extraneous, erroneous faces. Let's just complicate the sculpting process later on. Yeah, okay. As long as I don't encounter any major construction errors. Which so far there haven't been any on this set, which is good. Oh, that's wrong. I can absolutely quantify so late it isn't funny. That implies a certain extreme. Because if it's just a few minutes late, you know what? It's kind of funny. It's a little funny. For it to be not funny, it has to be, like, appalling. Yeah, see, Sheza knows what's up. Getting there. No major interruptions yet. Hold up. Okay, there we go. I thought that shadow looked wrong. Alright, that one's done. These out. Ugh. This hill has multiple fucking levels on it. Of course it does. Those two drop down. Those three and then that one. Easy peasy. Alright, so only one left. Boom, boom. And there. Here. Boom. And boom. And that's the whole set. All the levels are even. Everything that needs interlocks has interlocks. Haha! We did it. And I'm very pleased with myself. Look at that, it's 8:31 and I'm going to push this button. How about that?
All right, locusts and gentlemix, get ready to feast your eyes on glorpate and wet palates.
That's how
with
you
the
get
occasional
viewers, right
culinary
there.
Atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
This set up in an awkward position because I thought I was on my other monitor tonight for some reason. That is, in fact, Riot Sister. Yeah. Now I'm going to take a 20-minute break. No, I'm kidding. I am going to get up for 1 second because I need another beer. That is a completely legitimate reason to have a short postponement. I'll be right back. Okay. So the BRB button on this overlay doesn't work for some reason. I should know that already since we've had it fail on 2 separate streams. I need to investigate why that is. Oh, excuse me. But I could just do it the old-fashioned way like this. Haha! Oh no, you won. It's under 5 minutes. No one could possibly argue that under 5 minutes is not even funny. Hyperbolic language like that is gonna bite you in the ass every single time. So let's take a look at our first entry. Here we have up from Squared. God damn it. Why does this keep happening? What? No. No, Kursala. Once the report has started, the gate comes down. One by the hair on my chinny chin chin. My. How very thematic. Oh my god, I do. Raven Cat? Data nerd? Oh, it's so cold. It's so cold. Oh god. Yes. This is, these images are, It's like seeing someone else's dream. Like, it almost makes sense. There are things here that my brain, like the survivalist part of my fucking monkey brain, the part that looks out past the fire at night and tries to see the faces so that I know predators are sneaking up on me, you know, that part of your brain? That's the part of your brain that looks up at the clouds and says, oh, look at the bunny rabbit in the clouds. This sets off that part of my brain. Where it's like, I want to see things. I know they're not there, though. I know that it's just my animal brain, and I think it's very interesting that these aggregate pseudo AIs, these learning algorithms, have the capacity to fiddle with my lizard brain like that. And that's what it is. It's a fiddlin'. It's a fiddlin'. It might be a diddlin'. It might be diddlin'. I'm not sure. I'd have to define the difference between those two, and I don't think I want to. So instead of doing that, we're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on to what Amateur Paint Hour has posted here, which is my friend's Locust thought it was being sly till he realized Aiden Pride does indeed have jump jets. It did not survive the round. Many Locusts don't. To be fair, my clanners won the game despite the Innisphere using Desgrad tactics like focusing fire superior numbers in our oh god. Oh god, clans. We won despite them using filthy tactics like tactics at all. Why didn't they just stand at a great distance with their notably inferior mechs and trade firepower with me and my superior weapons? I'm so confused by this. Oh my god. I like the shot though. Kind of over the shoulder on our little Locust friend here. Got a couple of sculpted hills, which really hoping that the next round of them is going to have some more detail for y'all, because people have really responded hugely to these hills that I did. It has been at least a year and a half, if not more. I guess it's been about 2 years since I did these hills. We'll have better ones for you. We'll have better ones for you soon, and I'll tell you what, because we do this every single time there's an STL update when I do a version 2 of something. I'm going to update these specific hills, and anyone who's purchased these STLs gets the new STLs for free. I can't do much for the people who have bought physicals, but the good news is the older hills still work just fine. I just think they're going to be a little bit prettier this time around. Fortunately, there are actual tactics used by the clans when fighting each other in at least some of the books. Yeah, but they're still, you know, clanners. And who wants that? Nice shot, though, Amateur Paint Hour. Here we have from Wheezy. This is how I turned myself from a total beginner in June 2020 to a reasonably competent painter today. Practice, eh? This is my painting output for 2021 plus 2 mechs I gave to friends. Lots of hours with a paintbrush in hand, and a bunch more watching YouTube helped me get here. Happy holidays, everybody. And this brings me to a point that on the 30th of this month, we're going to be doing here on the stream our year in review, just like we did last year at the end of the year. And what did we do last year? It was the first model you painted this year in 2021, the last model that you painted in 2021, and then your favorite model from the year. In this case, again, 2021. So, we will have a special edition Storm Report. On the 30th, we will have a special channel set aside for it on the Discord. Keep an eye out for that. And go ahead and start rooting through your photos, folks, or taking some if you need to. It doesn't have to be literally the first thing you painted in the year, like if you can't remember if you painted a bunch, pick one. But the first thing you painted this year, the last thing that you painted this year, and then your favorite thing from this year. I want to see all three. We're going to go down the list, and we're going to take a look at our progress. I won't be participating, because I don't think I fucking painted anything this year. No, I did. I painted some stuff. I guess, you know, technically, I painted one of the best models I've ever painted in my life this year. It just feels like my output has been really, really low. Ooh. This is damned impressive, though. Good basing work on them, too. I like the streets that we have for this disgusting star of clanners over here. And, of course, we have... you've painted more of my sculpts than I have, which is kind of embarrassing. I did most of these this year, and it's just wonderful to see some paint on any of them. These classic Dugram mechs. We got some more Unseen stuck back here. Some of the new CGL Game of Armored Combat mechs. Bunch of armor looking real good. And then a couple of 3D printed Star Wars figures snuck in. That looks like, what's his name? It's not Pre-Vizsla, it's Paz Vizsla. That looks like Paz Vizsla and... who is this? It looks like somebody wearing one of the coats that they wore on Endor. Not Endor. Hoth. It looks almost like Han Solo in his Hoth coat, but I can't be sure. Post-Vizsla. Oh, God, that's a terrible joke, Kurosawa. That's just awful. Just the worst. Everything past the Succession Wars is just meh. Yeah, that's the best way to put it, really. Damn good looking lineup. I really like the black and orange on this group over here, and I think we have taken a closer look at the lava basing you did on these guys. Very nicely done. That's a damn good lineup, Wheezy. Go ahead and keep that picture and share it with us on the 30th, too. Oh boy, this is an interesting one to click on. This weekend, I drew a couple of porn commissions. Here's one of them, very heavily censored. Just kidding. Oh, thank God. I was like, oh no, Project Dark Fox, what are we doing? This server and the Twitch channel is no place for such content. You had me for a second. I was gonna click on it. I was gonna do it. I was just gonna deal with it. Default entry, just default entry. We just got done with it. It was not the most interesting sculpting. It was a bunch of procedural stuff on some hex hills. But I'll tell you what, default entry, we're gonna be doing some more. So don't even worry about that. All you have to do is come back at some point. Yay, self-marketing! Really though, we there will be yet more 3D sculpting. I think that's going to be kind of a focus of mine through January anyhow, because I've just got a lot of work to get done, man. Ah, those who say to you the Emperor is forever need a shower and a really good I mean, yeah. That's because you're just describing 40K fans. And this is broadly true. Thank you for making my heart jump just a little bit, Project Dark Fox. I was wondering, like, oh god, is this the end? Has Dark Fox lost their mind? Oh god. Oh, there's another spoiler. So saith Miss Lavender. She demands you wear some goddamn deodorant at your next tournament. Yeah, seriously, folks. Just as a broad, reminder. Anytime you're going to go out and be around people, just take a shower. Just take a shower. If you're wondering if this applies to you, it probably does. Yeah, default entry. All my streams, they go to VOD here on Twitch, but those only last about a month. I do post them up to YouTube. I'm about to drop about 8 of them. But yeah, if you follow my YouTube channel, you'll find all of the recorded streams up there. I'll make sure that I get this one up inside of the next... I'm gonna sit down tonight and get caught up. So this stream should be up inside of the next 24 hours. Coming down, we have from Raven Cat. I am so intrigued by this game, Raven Cat. I think you said it's called Lunar, right? Now, maybe it's just because I've been because I've been watching For All Mankind lately. But this is very appealing to me. Also, I'm looking at your rulebooks back here. Some older Star Wars RPG supplements, it looks like. Some newer ones, Edge of the Empire, Force and Destiny, Age of Rebellion. This is the previous generation, isn't it, of Star Wars role-playing game books? I've got a number of those. Just finished your terrain. Who's the terrain from? It looks like some MDF and cardstock stuff. I like how they've done the solar panels. That's a nice touch. But yeah, default entry. If you're here for the, we generally, our streams are 3 things. We do a lot of miniature painting. We do a little less but more and more 3D sculpting. And every now and then we'll get into a role-play and some video games. Every now and then. I think we're going to be doing some XCOM 2 for the next little while. Just printed paper glued to the boards. It came out really nice. This looks really good, Raven Cat. And if you're doing a game that's set on the moon, you can actually get away with using pretty stark paint jobs like you've done here on a lot of the terrain and a simple board, because the moon is kind of just like the one color. I am very intrigued by this game. I'm gonna have to look it up. I am gonna have to look it up. Here we have from the POV 42. Finished up a project this week, specifically my new Ivarzen Chaucers. Wanted to do justice to a bright scheme that can be done either really well or to look like it's made of Legos. I think I succeeded reasonably well. Particularly proud of the shading and highlighting on this grasshopper. I'm actually going to do one more in this scheme as my first ever commission job. Plan to use it to make a photo tutorial of my process. Fuck yeah, POV. It reminds me of Optimus. I mean, red and blue. It's going to do that. But this is nice. That's a good rich red. You got good highlights, nice depth on the shadows. Same with the blue. Really, really vibrant, not desaturated at all, which is a trouble you can run into, particularly when highlighting these two colors. I like this. This has worked out nicely. I apologize. I have to get up for just 1 second, folks, but I will be right back. I'm going to leave this image up so that you can enjoy it, and I'm just gonna flip my camera off, and I will be right back. Sorry about the delay there, folks. Let's go ahead and carry on. Hope you've all had a nice chance to sit there and just kind of just take in the grasshopper of it all, because this really is a lovely paint job that POV has done. I'll be very curious to see. Let's see, you said that you're going to use this as a photo tutorial. I actually like photo tutorials more than video tutorials a lot of the time. We all kind of learn differently. And I don't know why it is. Oh, Merlin got one in there. Here's to you, Merlin. I think I'm going to change. I'm going to make 2 commands. There's going to be a hydrate command, but there's also going to be like a toast command, because that's kind of what I've started doing. Lordy Lord. No, POV, this is really nice, man. I dig it. Merlin, damn it. Fucking trying to kill me. One drink at a time. Look, I know that you are from the islands of drinking and fighting over there across the sea. But not all of us have a blood alcohol content or tolerance that is bolstered by literally generations of alcohol poisoning, all right? Good God. Fuck you, zombie. God damn it. Still sit here and drink my beer. Alright, no, okay, slow down. You know what? This was a terrible idea. From the very start, this whole, when I say this was a terrible idea, I mean the whole stream at this point. I know I can, Project Dark Fox, but I haven't is the problem. I'm just gonna drink my beer. This is the first one that Endless Rage has redeemed, so here's the you, Endless Rage. The rest of you can all get fucked. Shocked, the original theory was that I needed to drink water, but at some point it just became like a drinking game, and I don't know when it happened. It was early on, and here we are. Let's keep going, POV. This is some lovely work, man. And I hope your client is very, very happy with the commissions, and I'm looking forward to seeing that tutorial. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios. Oh my god. Did these a while back, still pleased with how they came out. Have since improved drastically. This is the style that I was hoping to see. I asked about this last stream, and I'm glad that you posted some of it. I always think of Sin City. I'm sure that there are other... Oh my god, that there are other, like, comics and graphic novels that have done similarly. That's just the one that I'm aware of, where it's monochrome, but for very particular splash colors. And this one is not specifically red. We've got some red and green. On this one over here, we've got some, like, fall, autumn leaf colors going on over here. We have this little blue, bug man. Little Ugga Bugga going on right here. This is so cool, though. I love this kind of, like, value sketched art style. Zombie Brush, you do really great work, man. You really do. Thank you so much, Sumitha. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Oh, there's water in beer, Endless Rage. What do you think all the wet stuff is? I'll just keep drinking that. No, that... Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going, because I'm gonna get way off topic if I engage on too many of these comments. Zombie Brush, thank you for sharing this with us. Zombie, honestly, thank you always for your continued work that you continue to share here on this stream. It's like getting free content, baby. But really, I would also, Zombie Brush, if you feel like participating in our end of the year wrap up, I would very specifically like to see your work in reference to that, because as I said, we're going to do first mini of the year, last mini of the year, favorite mini of the year. I'd like to see those 3 out of you if you're interested. Here we have from Sheza, Geralt so far. Skin tone is Cephalopod Studios, hair is Pro Acryl, but he doesn't have my patchy shitty beard anymore, which is fine because he's pretty clean shaven in the new season. Nice job on the eyes, in particular, Sheza. This is coming together well. Is it just me, or is Henry Cavill way too fucking handsome? I mean, I know it's not just me. Everyone seems to share this opinion. But my point is just that he's like some fucking Islander hick from the channel. And it's not fair what genetics did to him. You go back and you look at him like when he was younger, when he was in like The Tudors. Does anyone remember him in The Tudors? Because he was totally in that. And like he was still handsome, but it is just fucking ridiculous these days. I don't know what happened. He's seasoned into something that is beyond human. At least he's using his powers for good. You know what? I agree. It could be much worse. I know what you mean, Captain Gingerbeard. Like, I am very comfortable in... As a person, I'm very, very comfortable in my sexuality. But I can recognize objectively when someone is just handsome. Just obscenely good looking. Your John Hams, if you will. Your Idris Elbas, right? And your Henry Cavills. It's nonsense. And he's just killing it in The Witcher. The Witcher Season 2 is really quite good. I like I said, I watched all of it last night. It's not like the best fantasy show I've ever seen in my life, but it's engrossing and it's good enough, and his performance is so damn solid. They gave him so much more dialogue this season, which is excellent, because like in the books, I don't even want to say in the games, obviously he talks a lot in the games because, you know, he's the main character, and as the protagonist he has to speak a lot. He's speaking for you. But in the books he is incredibly verbose. They refer to him, I know like Vesemir and some of the other Witchers refer to him as the philosophizing Witcher. He's very well and constantly spoken. This notion of him being like a gruff, grunting, monosyllabic hunk of meat comes from, I think, like the first Witcher game, and it wasn't even true then. Cavill? Is it? I think it's Cavill. I don't know. If it's not Cavill, I will correct myself. I'm not sure. This is a nice looking bust, though. It's a nice looking bust. I look forward to seeing how the armor comes together in particular, because he's so pale, and obviously he's got white hair and yellow eyes, but this is going to do a lot to kind of frame those colors and help differentiate between the skin tones in particular. Nice work. Good print. Geralt is full-blown noir detective in a fantasy setting. Yeah, no, he absolutely is. And also, in accordance with the rules of detective noir, banging every leggy sorceress that comes across his path. Until, you know, the whole thing with the Last Wish and Yennefer, and then he's fairly monogamous after that. Oh, here we have from Kursala. What's this? A family photo. On the left, we have the prototype that Tiny Hands painted last week, which is just adorable. The big one is the V1 prototype that I painted yesterday, with the V2 and V3, possibly final, that got painted this afternoon. There's some things I'd like to change, but I think it looks great as is, and I'll just incorporate those changes into the next one that I make. That's the spirit, always moving forward, onward, and upward. Overall, though, I think I'm satisfied with this one, and it's basically ready for production. Oh god, why do I drink so much beer so fast? Ah. The one on the right had a pretty spectacular failure, but it'll make for a nice wreckage token. Side note, I've decided that the big one is going to be referred to as Ari the Artillery, because it's so much bigger than the other Toms. It's a little hefty. It's a little hefty. I definitely like the shifting of these out to the side just to widen the profile of the turret overall. I think that that's a good move. I maintain, well, I like this. I like the offset asymmetrical nature of the viewport here, and I encourage you to consider keeping this, shifting this over to the side, and shifting the gun itself over off to one side and dropping it down into the hull just a little bit. Just give it a try. Just try it. Just do one like that and see how you like it, Kursala. Just saw a video of Henry saying you pronounce his last name to rhyme with travel. Fuck yeah, I had it right. I was saying it right the whole time. Before you decide, it didn't work well? Did you do a render of it? Because I'd love to see it. I'd love to give my opinion on your work, because obviously that's so important. God damn it, Merlin. I just want to see it. Could you just do like one render just for me, Kursala? I wanna know how it turned out. I like the rotation of the barrels to move this ribbed for her torment texture over to the sides rather than on top. I think that improves. It plays the barrel into the width of the turret overall instead of being kind of like this whole turret is very vertical. This one is very horizontal. I like the horizontal better. Bueno, Truno, good to see you, man. Welcome in. Please do, Kursala. Please do. I'm glad to hear that, Arson Pancakes. Welcome in. Oh, man. Here we have from Man Row Fussall. More works in progress on my Space Marines. Wash done. Now on to building back the highlights. That is the trick, isn't it? That is certainly the trick. So green. So green. I love the fade going down the body. This is definitely a scheme where I'm going to want to see a lot more of them together, and I'm very curious what the basing is going to wind up being. I think I talked some about that last time. Let me look at this. It needs work, but not much, honestly. You shift that hull weapon over to the other side, you drop the main cannon down a little bit, you build up a little bit of support. I like it. I like this better, honestly. But that's just my opinion. If you don't like it, you don't like it. I feel like that's the direction to go, though. It has character. What could have been? What may have been? You like the red rocks? Yeah, I think that's going to be the key. I think red rocks are what's really going to set off this whole paint scheme. And Rufusol, lovely work. Lovely work on that. God, that shield is so fucking ridiculous. Like a reliquary. This poor bastard's going to get chopped to bits. Nice. Very, very nice work, Manro. Considering that the Zeus battle mech is meant to be a sniper, has anyone ever tried to put a large-ass ghillie suit / camo net on it? I would imagine someone has. I don't know who, I don't know where, I don't know when, but I'd imagine someone has. Now that said, you know, a little bit of cheesecloth and some PVA glue. You could do your own WJ without too much effort. Here we have from Noob Corpse. Not as happy with this one, but for my 11th or so mini, I guess I'm improving. For only your 11th mini? Yeah, I'd say so. You're coming in and you're doing little bits of weathering, it looks like, little bits of chipping. I mean, you know, there's certainly progress to be made. Oh, big thick snow base on this bad boy too. Look at that. The texture on the snow actually works pretty well. Oh, there's little bits of snow. That's what it is. Okay, I see. Yeah, like gathered up around the edges of the armor. And kind of on the sword. That works nicely, actually. For your 11th mini, this is pretty good. Dude, you should see my 11th mini. It looks like a bag of shit. You can see big old brushstrokes on it. It's terrible. I don't know if it's my 11th, but I still have a handful of my first. I love the paper towel background. Yeah, like a sheet of dark construction paper would be... Here's the thing, though. Your instinct is right. You have a backdrop. You are already making good choices, Noob Corpse. So continue to refine those choices, and I mean that both in the way that you took the photo, the fact that you did multiple angles, and in the paint job itself, because your base work looks nice and smooth, your brush control seems solid, your color choices are overall good. There are improvements to be made, certainly, but the same is true of literally everybody painting. But yeah, get yourself a little bit of a nicer, maybe a darker backdrop. Again, a sheet of black construction paper works really, really well. And I want to see this whole force. Every one that you do, you're going to get a little bit better. And you're going to feel occasionally like, I want to go back and make corrections. Don't do it. Just keep doing. Just keep going. Just keep painting new models. Just keep going. Save the ones that you painted first. Put them all together and let's see a group shot. Because I want to see that regiment effect coming in. Merlin models, we're going to have to take away your ability to do that. Oh my god. How you doing, Mufik? It's good to see you. All in all, really nice work. For your 11th model, that's very impressive, Noob Corpse. Here we have from Punexpected, started work late last night. Oh, just last night. On Skexel the Chamberlain. Oh, you beautiful bitch. Made by Broken Toad. Gotta push the OSL more and still plenty to do otherwise. Oh, yes. Oh, that's lovely. What more is there to say but... God damn. Does anyone know why they didn't make more of the Dark Crystal show that they had on Netflix? It was so fucking good. It was so good. It was so much fun. The practical effects were great. The little bits of CGI that they used to meld the practical effects with the composite shots were amazing. The greater depth that they went into on the universe of the Dark Crystal was awesome. The additional Skeksis that we got to meet, was it the Hunter? Was so fucking cool. Oh my god. Let me see, what was they were two, they're halves. The Skeksis and the what are they called? I can't remember what the good ones are called now. But there was, the good one was, I think, I can't remember now. Was it the Archer and the Hunter? Something like that. But the little confrontation they had was so cool. And getting to see a Skeksis that wasn't just a puppet. They also did some really cool work on the Garthim. They sort of explained the origins of the Garthim, who have always been one of my favorite puppet monsters. And there was Hup the Paladin, with his little fucking spoon? Who doesn't love Hup the Paladin? Probably for the same reason Star Trek Enterprise got ditched right as it was hitting its stride. Higher-ups of the studio legitimately didn't understand the property. It's probably true. Netflix cancels everything, like, right when it's getting good. At this point, I'm at a point where, like, I don't even want to watch anything that's a Netflix original, just because I know they're not going to finish it. They don't finish anything. Their reputation at this point is making one season of a show, ending it on a cliffhanger, and then dumping it. And, like, I don't know, just don't even bother. Just don't even bother. It was so good, but unfortunately our youth nowadays just don't get how good it actually is. All my 3 kids were like, you're watching the puppet show? Oh, that's sad, endless rage. I'm sorry to hear that. There's probably some truth to that. I don't know. I guess maybe my love of practical effects, puppetry, and Muppets specifically is truly just rooted in nostalgia, but I think that it grants a certain tactile feel to filmmaking that just can't be matched by, I don't say it can't be matched by CG, but it is rarely matched by CG without a lot of work and artistry. A whole lot of it. All I have to say, though, Punexpected, all I have to say about this model is... You know what it means. Here we have from Gear Falcon, the Emperor's Champion, Black Templar, a work in progress. Ooh, Gear Falcon. Oh, this is nice. I love what you're doing with the blade. It's very apparent that this is our focus of the model so far from the work that we've done. And this is coming together beautifully. I'm gonna want that little shock of gold down here for the hilt, maybe red for the grip wrap, and then gold again for the pommel. I'm gonna want that. Just because there's so many cool colors. I love how you've done this little shock of gold right here, along the text on the blade, the inlay. But there's so many cool colors in the Black Templar, I'm definitely gonna want that little bit of color to separate it from the arm and the armor. I assume that's probably what you're gonna do. Probably. This is a lovely model. I really like the new Primaris Emperor's Champion. I've seen a lot of good paint jobs on it, but this is exciting to see. Gear Falcon is another painter that I've had the distinct pleasure of watching grow. Oh, and this may be the best thing that has happened as a result of this stream, is that I've gotten to sit here in my office and, on a personal level, watch painters grow and change and learn and try new things and advance in their hobby. And it is... it's great. Honestly, it's fantastic. It's my favorite thing about streaming. So Gear Falcon, thank you for posting this, and please continue to post updates. I want to see more. Here we have from Gus Schultz, making a rose for the diorama I'm working on. This is the 9th and 10th one I've made. Gus Schultz is, oh my god, his handwork blows my mind. It makes me feel so lazy when I 3D print things. Eventually got the scale close enough. The first ones were made of green stuff, but these two are made from Sculpey. It's easier to work with than green stuff. You can make more delicate petals, but they're a bit brittle. I already broke 3 of the small leaves at the bottom of the bloom, so I'm going to replace those with green stuff. This, you know, the secret ingredient here is just love and care. I do not have the patience to do work like this, but the value in it is so much more than just the final product. It is, there's so much artistry involved in sculpting something this small and this fine. I would imagine that Sculpey is easier for stuff like this than green stuff. Green stuff does bigger, bulkier models and holds texture decently well, but when you're trying to do narrow or thin leaves and petals like this, yeah, I could see the trouble with that. Indeed, not just a rose, Merlin models. Lovely work, Gus Schultz, and I'm very curious to see how this fits in with your latest diorama. That's the one on the dock, is it not? Amazing work on that overall. Here we have from Sam Mini. Oh god, he's gonna keep doing this, you guys. He's gonna keep doing this. Model's gonna keep getting better. I did have the pleasure of hanging out in Sam Mini's stream and watching him work on some of this. Looks like we've got some warm tones added into the kimono top here. Down in the shadows, we got some more work on the brass and the wrap on the katana blade. Also the texturing of the metal itself. We've really refined the shading, got some purples and reds down here in the shadow on the kabuto. The skin tones are still, like, I know that this model continues to advance. We get more and more done on it, but the skin tones are what get me every single time. Sam Mini does better skin tones than I have seen on most painted models, statues, busts. It's unbelievable, really. Sam Mini, by the way, streams right here on Twitch. Go give that man a follow. You can watch him work on this, and while I'm not going to say like you're going to watch him and you're going to get better as you do it, like you might, but it's just a pleasure to watch the man work. He's an artist. You want to know how much of an artist he is? He doesn't know shit about 40K. That was fun on his last stream. He was talking about, like, oh, my son started playing 40K and he got these weird models he wants me to paint for him, and he showed him, and they're like some of the new Plague Marines. And I had this little moment where I'm like, I gotta take every advantage I can get over someone like Sam Mini. He's such a talented painter. I'm like, haha, I know what that is, and you don't. Neener, neener, neener. He didn't hear me say the neener, neener. I said it, you know, in my office. He probably thought it was being much nicer than that. But yeah, we explained to him what Plague Marines are, and I gotta say, Sam Mini, I cannot wait to see what you do with those, dude. Really, and I really want to emphasize this to you, Sam Mini, because I know that we talked a little bit about the nature of factions and wargaming. Fucking ignore that. So much of 40K has become bogged down in what's a canon paint job? What color should my Black Templars be? What's an okay color for me to paint? Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Use your imagination, dude. Apply the same artistry that you apply to this work, to those, and you're gonna have some of the best looking Plague Marines out there, man. I want to see what you come up with. I'm glad that we were able to explain some of like what they're supposed to be. You know, they're like Space Marine soldier guys who are corrupted by magical plagues and blah blah blah. And if you need any more information on that, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll be more than happy to give you the breakdown on that. I'm sure lots of people will, but make it your own. Please do. Sam Mini, I'm really looking forward to seeing him. Like I said, I posted the pictures of those same Plague Marines that I painted, and I feel like my work is I tried to do my own thing with it, and I'm really, really interested to see what you do. So, again, thank you so much for sharing, and I can't wait to see more, man. Oh boy, some art from the Toe Bean Lord. That's always a little bit upsetting and exciting. Working in CSP for the second time, super new to the program. As I said, just a little bit upsetting, because those are the crazy eyes, aren't they? Look at all the masks this guy. Does he have mushrooms growing out of his... Yeah, he's got mushrooms in his beard. And he's got, like, what are those called? They're mushrooms, they're fungus. But there has to be a name for this type of fungus. Riot Sister, help me out. You know fungus. They grow on tree trunks. Right? Gowron eyes. He's got the Gowron eyes. Oh my god, that's a perfect description. Shelf fungi. Thank you so much, Riot Sister. Doesn't he? Chat, look at this dude and tell me he doesn't have Gowron eyes. Glory to you and your house. Oh, Kursala. Oh, Kursala. Oh my god, Gowron isn't even a DS, like, he's in DS9 a lot, but he's not like a DS9 character. He's a straight up TNG character. Gowron is in more TNG than he is DS9. This means that you haven't watched The Next Generation, and this wounds me. Absolutely wounds me. If I haven't played Inscription, I really should. For Gowron, I might have to take a look. Jesus Christ, you got... Are we gonna end up watching The Next Generation on the Discord? Is that something we're gonna have to do? Because I'll fucking do it. You don't think I will? I'll do it. I will watch the entirety of Star Trek The Next Generation on Discord. I mean, I'm gonna watch the whole thing again anyway, probably in a few months, because I literally watch the whole show every couple of months, because I'm a sick weirdo. We'll do it. We'll do it. I might curate it a bit. Because I'm not fucking watching Season 1. I'm sorry. I don't want to watch Season 1 of Next Generation again. I'm fine with that, Toe Bean Lord. I enjoyed horror games. I'll check out Inscription, because now I'm curious about this, particularly with all the multiple faces. This is a lovely piece of artwork. I'm gonna have to check it out. And a good evening to you as well, Macabre Derek. You son of a bitch, I'm in. I'll curate it a bit. If we're gonna do The Next Generation on the Discord, we'll watch like a couple of episodes from Season 1. We're not gonna watch a lot of them, because a lot of them are just terrible. But we'll watch like, we'll at least watch Skin of Evil, because Skin of Evil isn't so bad if you're not like really attached to Tasha Yar as a character, and I think Skin of Evil helps to inform Yesterday's Enterprise, which is one of the best episodes in the whole series. So we'll watch Skin of Evil so you know what happened there, and then we'll just jump right into Season 2. And we'll skip the occasional episode because some of them are really just not worth watching. We'll get to Best of Both Worlds. Whoa, Sumitha, what are you saying? We're gonna skip Best of Both Worlds? Best of Both Worlds is... you're saying that it's the best episode. That's what you're saying, Sumitha. Okay. I disagree. But it's good. The Best of Both Worlds is certainly top 10. It's not the best episode, though. It's not the best episode. Do wish I streamed it, but I got too excited. I'll tell you what, Toe Bean Lord, I've never even heard of it. So maybe I'll stream it. And if I do, I'll let you know, man. Thank you so much for sharing your art with us, though, dude. Here we have from POW Rogue, an old project I need to fix up before completing. An old project? Incomplete? This lovely looking steam tank? Yes. Fuck yes. Come on, man. This is awesome looking. This is great. I love the hexagonal barrel on the top turret here. I love the little flared out bit on the end with the sort of fass wrapped around it. This is very cool. Skip the ghost love story. Ravencat, that's in like season 7. I know the one you're talking about. You're talking about the one with Beverly Crusher's grandma, where they go to, like, planet Ireland, and there's a ghost that's been fucking all the Crusher women for, like, 200 years or something. Yeah, we're not gonna watch that episode. We'll skip that. Yeah. That's a terrible episode. We'll probably skip a few episodes in season 7. We're not gonna watch the one where Barkley de-evolves into a spider. Like there's no. Let me just say this: there's no spider DNA in human beings. Okay. There's no spider DNA in human beings. If we have a shared ancestor, it's so far back as to be genetically meaningless. There's no way in hell a human being is going to devolve into a spider. That was Gates McFadden's directorial debut, Sub Rosa. Was it really, Colonel Matthew Steiner? Are we talking about Sub Rosa, or are we talking about whatever the evolution one is? It's got some stupid name, like Instincts or something, I don't remember. It's not Nightmare Fuel. The worst part of that episode is that Worf devolves into some kind of poisonous rhino monster, and even that is dumb. Wow, really? Oh my god, I love Gates McFadden, but maybe she shouldn't direct. Well, okay. Okay. Did she write it, Colonel Matthew Steiner? I don't know who wrote that episode. If she directed it, okay. If she wrote it, maybe Gates shouldn't do that. That was not a good episode. Oh, it was Genesis. Oh shit. Okay. Well, maybe Gates McFadden should just stick to being Crusher, you know? Merlin models. Okay, I'm not getting another beer after this. This is it. Sea Scorpion, maybe. Is that just a crab? I don't hate the episode where Barkley turns into a super brain. I actually think that one's pretty cool. It's not, like, the best. When he's sitting on his weird, like, simulated laser brain throne, the episode gets really, really silly, but the overall idea is pretty good. I should probably stop talking about Star Trek and focus on what we're doing here, because this is actually, like, some really fucking good work. And, I'm gonna go ahead and agree with you? You need to finish this, POW Rogue, because I want to see that bad boy printed out. Oh my god. No. Bullshit, Data Nerd. Get out of here. No, that's gotta be like, that 65% has to be like 65% that we share with like all carbon-based life on the planet Earth. The notion that a human being would revert into a spider, as compared to the numerous genetic ancestors we have between us and fucking spiders. Just, no. No, who is it? Picard devolves into like a lemur or something, doesn't he? He devolves into some kind of prey animal. And you get Patrick Stewart like, like scared of everything, like with the instinct to run every time something happens. Because he devolves into like a mouse.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Okay, fair enough. This is not what we're here to do. No, Langwin, that didn't happen. Shut up. Here we have from Sumitha. Well, I meant to post this during the last stream when we were allowed a free second image, but because Cybern wanted to post a T-pose to show dominance meme with the Reckoning, got to post the main update for it that night. Plus, the Storm Report was ridiculously overlong already. Fair dues. So this just in redemption for tonight, it is newest addition to the Titan collection is an Iron Wrecker. One of the 4 new models by Joy Toy, what a name, that are clearly in the vein of Titanfall or Fightin' Tall as Thunder... Did I say that? Was that me? I'm funnier than I remember. This one is a bit of a sniper model, but I like that they finally introduced what appears to be an all-new chassis design. Only things I don't like about it are that it's smaller than I expected. Well, that is a problem sometimes. I hear they make pills for it, though. And the hands are actually smaller than the ones they've been using for a long time. Part of the reason why it looked bigger than it actually is. There's so many jokes. The hands by themselves aren't a big issue, but combined with the fact that the gun handles appear to have grown a bit, it's a bad combination. Probably making it sound worse than it is, but yeah, they don't grip as tightly as the older model hands do. That is what she said. Damn it. No. Hands aside, I'm impressed with this new wave of designs, and I'm looking forward to the second one that I've already ordered that'll be showing up sometime in January. First picture is the Iron Wrecker itself. Second is a requisite group shot to show scale. Not pictured, the giant articulated jump jets on the new one's back. Ooh. Again, I was hoping this one would be taller than the older model to give it a proper heavy chassis look, but it's how it goes. Well, it's the way she goes, bubs. I'm still quite happy with it. It reminds me heavily of the Scorch and Ogre Titans from Titanfall. Clearly what they were going for. I still feel that the first figure I picked up from the middle of the group shot is the best I've gotten so far, but every one of them has been a neat addition. It's been fun to see how their designs have evolved. Let's have a look here. Oh yeah, definitely based on the Scorch. So much of the overall torso is just the Scorch. I like the little pouches he's got too. Big old nasty sniper rifle. Let's check out the scale issue here. You're making it sound worse than it is. Now, if I examined this very, very closely, I'm sure that I would note some of the same things, but looking at them next to one another, it's not that bad. The scale is... I think he's a little bit shorter, but I think that actually works for being heavy because he's also broader and kind of denser. His legs have a lot more meat on them, if you will. I like how he's got like a dagger too, kind of just resting on his side. That's pretty nice. Sumitha, that's Voyager, and we're not going to talk about Voyager because Voyager isn't very good. Because of the different size hands, I was expecting it to be a bit closer to BT-7274's height. I mean, nobody's gonna match my boy BT, alright? Look, I like these models. They're great, Sumitha. But BT is the fucking man. I realize that these have better articulation and posing than this figure does. But it's like how, you know, you never fly another country's flag higher than your own, like in the US. We never fly a flag higher than the US flag. Nobody stands taller than BT-7274. That's just how it is. It's just how it is. I don't make the rules. I just obey and sometimes enforce them. No, Kursali, you don't even know who Tuvix is. You're gonna sit there and be like, I don't know who Galron is, and then you're gonna turn around and throw Tuvix in my face? No. You don't have that right. You haven't earned that. Now, if you want to hang out on Discord with me and go through the process and actually watch the episode about Tuvix, we can have that conversation. But until then, what the fuck? You've watched Voyager 3 times, and you haven't watched TNG or DS9? What fucking world do you live in? What the fuck is happening? Colonel Matthew Steiner, yeah, dude, run away. Run. This is madness. Go get some sleep. For God's sake, thank you for being here, dude. Jesus Christ. I don't know what to do with this, chat. I don't know what to do with this. Here we have from Automat Americana, my current terrible attempt at No. Speaking of things that people aren't allowed to do, Automat, you get that shit right out of here. Don't talk shit about your own work. Don't do it, man. Let me tell you. The world is a nasty, shitty place. Okay? The world will tear you down every chance it gets. It'll do it plenty. You don't have to help it. In fact, you shouldn't help it. Let me tell you something, Automat. You have the right, you have the ability, you have the responsibility to be your own cheerleader, because if you won't, who will? The fact that you're out here making models at all, learning, growing, putting your imagination out there, that's braver than most people. So don't tear your own work down. At least don't do it here. My current attempt at modeling something from scratch instead of just modding existing models, and of all things to talk shit about this model, really? Dude, this is looking pretty good. You've already done some relatively complex work considering how simple the tool you're using is. The bubble cockpits look good. I like the fuselage overall. I like the little sliding door on this thing. It gives me almost like an air cav thing. I'm curious what you're going to wind up doing with the rotors. We've just got like a disc here to represent it, but I'm curious what that's going to wind up being. I love the little missile clusters. Dude, this is looking pretty good. I can tell what everything is. I can tell where our missiles and rockets are. I can tell that we got a little, like, a ball machine gun turret here and some hull-mounted forward-facing, like, axial weapons. Again, the ball cockpits look good. No. Automat. This is looking nice, man. Like, could you do more complex modeling? I mean, sure, yeah, absolutely, you could, but this is fucking nice. And again, you've put in the time, you've sat down, and you're learning. So keep going. See what I mean? Gene Slicer would field that in his Davion forces. I'd love to see a printed version of that. Part of what you're facing here is that, like, I want you to print this out. Because you're looking at this with, like, component colors being different, and it's not well rendered, there aren't, like, light sources or anything like this. Isn't really... You gotta understand that when you're working in a 3D space, this isn't really what it looks like. This is the blueprint of something is what this is. If you printed this file out, you might be surprised at how good it looks. And yeah, pop a render on this bad boy. Get a little ray tracing in there. You'll love how it looks. Automat, really nice work. Keep it up and please keep sharing that. I would love to see what comes out of you next. Yeah, it reminds me of a hind too. It has that rounded sort of nose coming down, doesn't it? Here we have from Dr. Rhino, no model, just the dog the wife and I are adopting tomorrow. Oh boy, met her today. Name's gonna be Daphne. She's 6 years old. So excited, and I'm telling everyone as well. Oh, she looks like a sweet girl. Oh, she looks like a sweet girl. Oh my lord. Oh, and she is just loving this, isn't she? She's got the full like head lean going on. She's getting a little bit of that under over scritching. Oh my lord. We need a new dog. We need another dog. We need a friend for Gwynny. It's something I'm gonna have to be considering in the next 6 months. Dr. Rhino, good on you, man. There are way more animals out there than we have people to care for them, and I really encourage people, don't buy from breeders, don't buy from mills. There are lots and lots of pre-existing dogs and cats that need a place to live and need your help. Go out there and find them. Coming down, here we have from Endless. This is the exact one. I wanted to note, too, you did a really good job painting, particularly the eye. Since I saw the render and the eye is just smooth, there's no detail on it. I really, really like how it goes from amber out to this kind of dirty yellow and then into this kind of livid magenta before we get to the edge of it. But yes, this is exactly the one that I saw in Endless Rage. And I want to tell you something, Endless Rage. You are the reason. You had an impact on me. You are the reason that last night, when I was watching The Witcher, I had been needing to do some sculpting on, because I'm making a tower for Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings for the spires. I'm making a raised tower that is in their style, and they're all biomancy. And I was thinking to myself, like, okay, what would their tower be? Like, how would they build it? It would be grown, right? But if it's a tower, like a defensive emplacement, like how would they advance on territory? And in my head, I saw one of the spires growing a root, and that root going down through the ground and then punching up out of the dirt and then spreading open and hardening into a bone-like structure. And in my head, I thought, like, oh, what could be cool? It should look like almost a creature, you know? I thought of the giant leeches from King Kong. I thought, like, the big, horrible, like, ring of fangs would be neat, but I'm like, well, it's not really a monster. It's not meant to eat things. It's just meant to burrow, right? So instead of doing teeth, I'm doing, like, this big three-pronged beak. So it looks like it came up out of the ground, and then the three-pronged beak sort of opens up, and the inside muscles kind of push out into a surface, and then it all kind of hardens together into this defensive position. So, because of you, Endless Rage, instead of sitting in my office, which I didn't want to do because I spent a lot of time in here, I was like, you know what? I'm going to try Nomad Sculpt. Because I bought Nomad Sculpt a while ago, but I don't use it very much. So I pulled up my iPad Pro, and I started sculpting on it. It's not ready to show yet, but I made a lot of progress on it last night, and I'm doing most of the work in Nomad Sculpt, so I'll be sure to share that. Absolutely. I need more practice. It's a wonderful piece of software, though. Ugh, tentacle legs. Nobody wants tentacle legs. It's gonna have lots of like tendons, and probably a sphincter, because if I'm making biomantic things, I'm gonna put sphincters in them. Let's just be honest, I'm gonna do that. It all goes back to me as a child playing Quest for Glory 4 Shadows of Darkness. That's where I learned the word sphincter. Because there were big, like, weird biomantic living structures that you climbed in and out of, and you had to pry open giant sphincters with a knife. And I was like, oh, that's what that is. Okay. But that said, like I said, you inspired me to pick up Nomad Sculpt and try it again, because, dude, this is some really good work. This is some really good work. Something that I would recommend, take this file on your PC, open it up in 3D Builder, and just do a plane cut on the bottom. Line it up with the actual bottom of the Mini, and then dial it up about 4 or 5 millimeters. And that's just so that you can have a nice, perfectly flat bottom on it. That is the only thing I would change about this, is just to give it that nice, perfectly flat. It's not even necessary. That's entirely an aesthetic choice. So don't do that if you don't want to do it. But when I'm looking at this sculpt, that's the only thing I would do. The rest of it looks so nice. And I love that there's the dormant version of it and then the awoken version of it. That's such a cool... It's just a neat idea. Really good texturing overall, too. Lovely, lovely job, Endless Rage. Check out Southern GFX when using Nomad. I'll have to check that out, because I can sit on my iPad and watch that, too. The walls, they have sphincters. They did have sphincters. Well, I'm thinking for the tower, there will be, like, I want to put sphincters in the side of it. I think, like, when I see an alien creature that has, like, breathing holes in its neck. So I'm thinking, like, it punches up through the ground, and it opens up, and it hardens, and then these holes open up in the side, and you would crawl into that hole and go up like a little climbing ladder, and then there would be another one in the base. So, because it's a defensive tower, ultimately, is what it is. So you gotta go in, and then you gotta climb up, and there'll be like a little spiral stair kind of thing, which is also its throat. Yeah, like you climb in a gill, and you climb out its throat hole. Like you're climbing through its sinuses, I guess, is what I'm thinking for this thing. I realize that this all sounds really gross, but the spires are kind of gross, so that's sort of the point. I'll check out Southern GFX, though. I think I have a couple of his videos bookmarked, actually. Here I have from Mafik, Captain Browsin. So the scavenger group found 3,000 DOMs with the broken ones. Arden, okay, move on. 400 turretless King Tigers and broken down gigantic German bomber planes. Sent them to the war factory for modifying. There's a spare sent it to the civilian factory, see what they can do with it. Roger that. By the way, Arden, can I ask a question? Yes, what is it? Your wife's working with me, and I didn't know you're married with a dark elf. So anyway, don't worry about it. She knows that I can shapeshift. Could you turn back to your normal form? I don't want my wife thinking I'm cheating on... Oh, I see. Because he's a shapeshifting giant boob lady. What? What? Don't worry about it. She knows I can shapeshift. She knows. It's cool. It's cool. These are the problems that we have, apparently, sometimes, when we work with shapeshifters. Oh, my feek. Many of you are probably a little bit confused right now. The best recommendation... best recommendation I could give is hop onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go down to Mafeek's art channel, and just take in... Just take in the universe that he has created through his artwork. It's difficult to explain without absorbing the context in your own time. It's our character here, Arden, appears a number of times as well. Oh, nice work, Mafik. Here we have from Gene Slicer, the Timberwolf Prime /Config C, Mad Dog Prime /Config V /Config BA Bandit Hero Mech. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah, a number of different nice little variants on this guy. Who did this print? I recognize this one. This one came out fairly recently, did it not? I didn't even look. That's from Gene Slicer. Who did this one? You did this one. Okay, yeah, that's what I was like, I remember seeing this, but I don't remember who posted it. This was you, Gene Slicer. The Mad Cat has gone through a lot of permutations over the years. On the International 3D Printing Channel. Okay, yeah, that'd be where I saw it. I really like that you kept the profile of the Mad Cat that I remember very specifically, with the kind of spindly tube arms that come out at an angle and then go straight down into the Omni gun pods. You really kept that. Same thing with the arms on the Mad Dog, on the Vulture, with the way they just sort of come out at an angle and then connect at an angle into the gun pods. Like when I think about a Mad Cat, this is the silhouette that I see because I've seen it so many times. I love how the bullet shape of the cockpit is good and long on this one too. They wind up stunted on a lot of 3D prints. This is some good work, Gene Slicer, and very much in line with kind of classic designs. Slight updates on classic designs. Really well done. Nice paint job too. Unfortunately, you painted one like one of the green turkeys, which is, you know, that makes everybody a little bit sad, but I'll allow it anyway. That's okay. Yeah, like the MechWarrior 2 cover, right? People seem to love the config V to the arrow missiles in the shoulder. I mean, you know, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. What can I say? I love some good, real long-range fire. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that meanness right there. Really great work on these sculpts, Gene Slicer. It's your son's version, so you had no choice. I'm sure it just killed you, too. Prefer the gray with purple trim from the TV show? Kind of? I mean, have you seen the fact that I like the first Free Worlds Guard? So, yes? Oh, really nice work on those, Gene Slicer. Good looking prints and nice paint job. I really like the way that you did the cockpit glass on that too. I'd love to see some more of that posted up in the Battletech channel on the Discord, dude. And please feel free to post. Do you sell files? Do you have a Patreon? Or is your stuff up for free? I'm not sure which of those is true. But whichever of those is true, please feel free to post some links on the Discord. I'm sure we got a lot of Battletech fans. I'm sure they'd love to know where they can get their hands on that. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and in accordance with the prophecy, the end of tonight's stream. Alright, let me see. Let me see who's doing what. Let me find out who we're raiding. Folks, I know a lot of you are probably turning in for the night, but if you feel like it, I'd really appreciate it if you stuck around for just a couple of minutes. We're going to go ahead and raid on over into somebody's channel. Who's it going to be? Who's going? Holly Monster's going. Wombat Combat Prime. Looks like Teal Security just got off the ground. What's Holly Monster doing? We never raid Holly Monster. Let me see. Yeah, she hasn't been on in a little while. But yeah, if you feel like sticking around for just a couple of minutes to go along with the raid, check out the channel and consider dropping a follow if you like what you see. What are you doing, Holly Monster? Why is the camera just black? What's going on? Oh, there she is. Okay, it looks like she's working on... I can't tell. It's off camera slightly. Some kind of wolfy thing. Let me see what Teal Security's doing. I like to keep it relatively on topic, maybe something robotic. Let's do Teal Security. He just got started, and I absolutely love that channel. Let's get that raid started. And again, folks, yeah, stick around for just a minute. Check out Teal Security's channel. He has truly a great channel. Consider dropping a follow if you like what you see. Remember, folks, follows are free. And your worst case scenario is always you check it out and you're like, I don't like this stream, and then you move on. It's not terribly difficult to do. Folks, thank y'all for joining me. This work with the sculpting is just some like really procedural shit that isn't very exciting, but I need to do it. And getting to hang out with you fine people and have stupid conversations and be harassed into getting drunk. I mean, no, that's definitely not what happens. But you know, getting to hang out with the community really just makes it a little bit easier for me to kind of weather the storm of boring picking and clicking that 3D sculpting so often is. So thank you for being here. We'll be back Tuesday, the 22nd, we'll be doing some Conquest figures in oil. I think I'm going to start up my Sakari. So we'll do something a little bit different then. Thursday, as of now, I'm not going to have a stream on Thursday. I'm going to have to be out of the house for most of the day. If that changes, I will let you guys know ahead of time. We had to put off our showing of the Return of the King Extended Edition. It is going to be on Christmas on the 25th. If you could be in the Discord, if you got no place else to be, or if you're just hanging out that night, please join us. We would absolutely love to have you there. A huge thank you, as always, to my amazing mod team and everyone who contributed to the Storm Report. Until next time, keep on painting.